Hey everyone, welcome to Radical Democracy Podcast. It's me, Kamali Rose, and I am glad to be with you live again. I am just a few notes at the top of this stream here. One, I'm using a new software to do this stream, so you're going to have to bear with me, be patient. This is my first time using this, and so, oh, 1 second. One, I'm using a new software to do this stream, so you're going to have to bear with me, be patient. Sorry about that. See, technical difficulties all around. So sorry about that. And the other note is that I'm probably gonna be just quickly going through because it's pretty cool side thing, not really a topic of that we're going to be discussing so much like usual, but I had one of our viewers for the podcast, What Up America, has been with us since my first live stream, and What Up sent me over some potential like logos for Radical Democracy. So I just wanted to show those and see how folks felt if we kind of wanted to do a little democratic vote on it. And so I will just show you, they're just like, some rough sketches, just some sketched out versions, nothing digital or anything like that. I'm just going to show you the sort of scanned in image, and they're numbered, and you can just kind of vote on whichever one you like. So I'll probably show it a couple of times throughout the stream maybe, and just ask folks to leave a comment with their favorite one. Let me just pull them up. Just so, again, new software, you're going to have to bear with me. So please bear with me here. All right, I told you this would be rough. I promised. Okay, so we got a comment in there. Thanatos Rose says, getting a notification that you're going live again has been the highlight of my day. LOL. Oh, thank you so much. I love you. Thank you so much. And let's see. So I think you all can see this now. I think you can see what I'm seeing here. So let me pull it up on the full screen here. And these were some potential logos we could do. So just check them out, take a look at them. And if you like any of them more than the current logo, just drop a comment with the number of, just, say whatever. This is for the logo, logo number, whatever, logo number 2, logo number 6, whichever one you like. Just leave a comment. So throughout the stream, anytime throughout the stream, if you're seeing this, if you come in late, no matter when, just drop a comment and I'll flip through all the comments. Luckily, we don't have so many that I can't get through it yet until we blow up, right? So then just leave a comment and say which one you like. If you like the original, the one that I have now, it's kind of really like a generic, very generic. It's not the one that I'll stick with ultimately. We definitely need a custom logo. And I would love for it to be done by a member of the community. So that is definitely something that I'm interested in. And so if you prefer the current one right now or something that's more like that, then just vote for number 0 if you want, and I'll take that to mean the current one. Or just, if I don't see a vote, well, no, it would be good to know if you really do have a preference for the current one. Let me know. So, all right, that's a little bit, I apologize, but that's a little bit of just keep, a little housekeeping. Sorry about that. Just gonna do one other thing here. Sorry about that. Just checking on the stream here. Please forgive me. As always, please, if you're just joining in, do me a favor, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell to receive notifications if that doesn't annoy you too much. And if you can, please do me a favor, head over to my Patreon at patreon.com/radical democracy. Throw me a few bucks to keep this thing going and growing. And it's deeply appreciated. I'll be asking for that throughout the stream here. So just going to do a little more housekeeping and then we'll get going on this. The cool thing with the live streams is that now I've gotten the habit. You'll see recently that I sorry. Okay. All right. So again, these are just some potential logos that you're seeing on screen right now for Radical Democracy, sent in by a member of the community. These would be turned into digital versions. If you like anything, if you see anything here that you like more than the current logo, please just, in the comments or in the live chat, just say, voting or a logo number, whatever, in any way you write that out. Just tell me which number. If you have a preference for the current one, just put logo number 0. All right. So I'm going to also just show you one other version of this. Okay. Okay. Yep. So I'm gonna share. All right. Now, let me show you one other. I'm gonna. Okay. Well, okay. Sorry. Okay. I told you there'd be some weirdness going on. Forgive me, folks. Welcome to everybody that's here in the stream. Thank you so much for being here. Please leave a comment, drop something in the chat. Let me know you're here. Say hello. Say hello to the rest of the community. Love having you all here. Thanks for being here. Okay. Sorry for the slow start to the stream. Again, new software, and it's I am a little rough around the edges here. Also, I just think that this thing's being a little evil and tricking me right now. So what I'm going to do, maybe if I pull up like this, I don't know, we'll see. You know what? Let me just do this. That's easier. Okay, so you guys can see that okay. So this is another one. So just put logo, we'll call this number 8, I believe, because I think there were 7 on that page. So whichever one is the last one on the page, you guys can go back and see. This will be logo number 8, I'll say. So, all right. So if you like any one of those more than the current one, please let me know and just drop a comment in the chat and we'll do a little bit of a democratic vote here. And if you like any more, I'll just let What Up America know, and then they could, do some, we can swap those in for the logo. Okay. All right. So let's get to the news here. Let me. Oops. All right. So. All right. Yesterday, Donald Trump yesterday afternoon, Saturday afternoon, that was August 8th, Donald Trump signed in a few executive orders, and I just wanted to discuss some of those, really talk about we'll talk about the executive orders themselves and some of the implications of them, the legality, of course. Anytime you're talking about Trump, something you gotta call into question. And so let's go through them and see what we have on our hands here. So this is from CBS News. Trump signs measures to boost economic aid, but could face challenges. So President Trump signed an executive order and 3 memoranda Saturday, meant to provide economic aid to those struggling during the coronavirus pandemic, with additional benefits for the unemployed and tax cuts for workers. The executive actions are intended to bypass Congress, which has been deadlocked in negotiations to extend relief and could face legal challenges. The actions, if implemented, would provide $400 in added unemployment benefits for those out of work because of the pandemic and defer payroll taxes for those earning less than $100,000 a year, which is most people in the country. Unemployed workers had been receiving a supplement of $600, a benefit that expired on July 31st. In one memorandum, the president directed the Treasury Secretary to defer payroll taxes for workers most in need from September 1st through December 31st. The payroll tax, which takes money from workers' paychecks to fund Social Security and Medicare, would still eventually be owed by workers unless there is further government action. Mr. Trump also asked the secretary to explore ways of canceling the debt. Okay, so let's just stop here really quickly and just go over this, what they're saying these executive orders were. They said there is the one that probably stands out to most people, since there were about 30 million Americans that have been impacted by the recent deadline or discontinuation of the federal pandemic unemployment compensation, which was the $600 weekly benefit that was added to your weekly unemployment benefits. Trump's executive order says at least it seeks to provide $400 a week as opposed to the $600 a week. So that's $200 less a week, about $800 less a month for everyone. But still a better situation for most people. They would say, I think they'd agree, they'd rather have the 400 than zero right now, which is what Congress has provided at this point. So where he seeks to get the money from, that's a point of interest, and that's something that we're gonna discuss further. So that's one thing. There's also all right. So there were a few other additional executive orders. We'll come back. Just to note here, one thing that I want to point out right at the top here, where they say that he's talking about doing a payroll cut here. So the important thing to note on that's where, now, while the unemployment compensation would be a nice thing, although again, won't get into where he's taking the money from and what that means, because this money hasn't been allocated. Money hasn't yet been allocated for this purpose. So he is taking this money from other places, essentially. So, but this issue of the payroll tax cut, this is something that we should sort of be a red flag for you, should definitely set off some alarm bells for you. Whenever you see these payroll tax cuts, these tax cuts this is essentially robbing Peter to pay Paul. Essentially, this would be taking money from retirement, essentially, because when you're talking about Social Security and Medicare, those are services right now that you use in retirement. You have to be 65 years old to receive Medicare, and you have to be retired to receive your Social Security, or disabled to receive Social Security. And so these are things that people are needing when they're in their most, vulnerable state, essentially. And so, you're in your retirement, you're on a fixed income at that stage. And so this is what, for most people, you're on a fixed income. And so you rely on this money. And so to not pay into that fund now, your Social Security tax is your Social Security benefit is calculated based on how much you've put into the system. So it's not just a flat rate across the board. You have to put into Social Security to get out in the end. And so the people that have the highest pay already are going to get the most in Social Security. Now, Social Security and other payroll taxes stop being taken out after $120,000 a year. I believe the number is. It may not be. It's about that. I believe it's exactly 120,000, but they may have altered it slightly with inflation recently. But that's as of a couple of years ago, it was $120,000. That's when they stopped taking out any payroll taxes. So if you make more than $120,000 a year, any dollar you make over that is not taxed for Social Security, Medicare. And so that means that that's a huge benefit to folks that make higher than $120,000. If you don't earn more than $120,000, a disproportionate amount of your income is being taken out to pay the payroll taxes. And so these are regressive taxes. And so just something to note. So, but this is really important. Whenever you see someone talking about a payroll tax cut like this, this means that you're reducing the amount of benefits that a person is going to have because they're not offsetting in any way. And so what this does ultimately is reduce the amount of Social Security that you'll receive in retirement. And so this is going to make decisions like this set a generation up for a more riskier and less secure retirement. And so that's just something that should definitely be noted here about these executive orders. That is not an economic stimulus, and it's a very short-term, short-sighted stimulus that really takes away from your own retirement in order to make it through this emergency right now, when really this emergency was was at least exacerbated by our government. And other governments have been able to handle this without mass unemployment. Germany went from 5% to 6% unemployment over the course of the pandemic, where the U.S. went from 5 to over 15% officially, but unofficial numbers had it up well over 20%. And so moving along, reading from the CBS article, measures relating to taxes and spending typically require legislative action by Congress. The president expressed doubt his orders could be challenged in court and said that he believed Americans would receive the promised relief quickly. Mr. Trump's executive actions also seek to extend a moratorium on student loan payments and consider ways to halt some evictions and foreclosures. So that's about the brunt of the executive orders here. We have unemployment benefit extension, federal unemployment benefit extension, $400 a week. You have a moratorium on evictions and student loan payments being extended. So I don't know. I don't have it down here exactly when that would extend to, but I'm guessing that it would extend out till when the rest of these measures extend to, which is about the end of, sometime in December. And so this would halt evictions for a few months longer and foreclosures, as well as student loan payments. And so those are all, those are things that are definitely welcome, and those need to be done. These are things that you have to do in order to ensure that the economy doesn't completely collapse. And so those are, some of the bare minimum things, and those are much less controversial, the evictions and foreclosures. And so in order to help us understand this better, what I'd like to do is just take a look at NPR interviewed a legal scholar who weighed in on this and the constitutionality of these executive orders, because again, as they mentioned here in this article, the president expressed doubt his order. Measures relating to taxes and spending typically require legislative action by Congress. There's sections of the Constitution that discuss appropriations and how funding can be appropriated for government spending. And the president, typically, it's Congress who holds most of the power in controlling that spending. However, in times of war or national emergency, which we are definitely within, over time, Congress has given power to the president in order to it increases the executive power of the president so that they can actually, in fact, move funding around in some ways. And so let's take a look at that, the transcript from that interview, that NPR interview, and discuss a little further. So let me. So here, this is an NPR article. Legal questions follow Trump's executive orders on stimulus package. So this is an NPR article from August 8th. There's audio of the interview. This is NPR's Leila Fidel speaking with Professor Andrew Rudelovich, who is, again, a legal scholar, and he is going to weigh in here on these executive orders, Trump's executive orders. So this just gives a bit more context, or a bit of context, and this really so the Constitution gives Congress the power to control federal spending. So there are legal questions hanging over at least some of the orders the president announced today. So we begin tonight with a close examination of presidential executive powers, and for that we're joined by Andrew Rudelovich. I'm sorry, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. I apologize, Andrew. He's the chair of the Department of Government and Legal Studies at Bowdoin College in Maine. He joins us now from his home in Brunswick, Maine. Okay, so Fidel asked, the key question here, Professor, is can the president act on his own manner that he did today? Rudelovich says, well, I think we can divide today's executive actions into two categories. Maybe the least controversial, the payroll tax, student loans, housing. So those are the least controversial, he says, the payroll tax, student loans, housing. And there are certainly implementation difficulties with all of these. But here, the president seems to be relying on powers granted to the executive branch over time by Congress, powers that can be used in times of war or national emergency. You'll remember that back in the spring, the president issued a series of emergency and disaster declarations that helped activate these statutory provisions. So he may be stretching those a little bit. I haven't seen the text closely enough to know how exactly this is going to work or how the administration hopes, but certainly in that category, there are powers that have been delegated over time that can be activated in times of emergency. Okay. The unemployment funding, that seems to be in a different category to me, Rudelovich says. He continues, in that it is really using appropriated funds by Congress in ways that Congress might not have intended. Fidel, the interviewer, says, so does he need Congress to take action in any way to make the orders he announced a reality? Well, and Rudelovich responds, well, that would be a lot cleaner. The Constitution says that money can be only spent if it's appropriated by Congress. And indeed, in the 1970s, there's the famous Supreme Court case denying the president the ability to not spend money that Congress has appropriated. So there was a Supreme Court case that said, the president cannot withhold money that Congress has appropriated. They have to spend that money. So in terms of, where the money for unemployment benefits is going to come from, he talked about 25% of it coming from the states' shares of the CARES package that was passed in the spring. But where the other 75% is coming from, that's not known, and I would think would require congressional appropriation. And certainly the amount available to the president is unlikely to be sufficient to push those benefits too much further. Keep in mind, the president does have some authority to move money around inside the federal budget. That's a convenience. It's not likely that Congress is able to come back and shift, small amounts in the budget on a regular basis during a fiscal year. But this has been something the president has pushed pretty aggressively, maybe famously with the border wall, trying to free up cash. Again, Congress has not appropriated. So, there was the case with Trump where he tried to just shift funds around from different departments in order to pay for the border wall that he did not get congressional approval for. So this is something that if we're, going to be in favor of these things and we're going to be consistent, we got to be careful, or maybe we try to draw some finer lines around that and this is where the legal challenges will come into play because, here's how much power does the president have and do they have this authority? So we can be outraged, but if we want the president to have the authority to do what he's doing now, that means that he also technically has the authority to shift funds around for border walls. So we got to be careful in supporting some of these moves necessarily, because they come with other implications. So we always have to be cognizant of that, of what are the legal ramifications of this, because we are operating within the system right now. And so we have to be aware of that. So President Trump last night said he'd probably get sued after he issued these orders. Would you agree? Are legal challenges all but certain? So that's the interviewer. Rudolevich responds, yeah, I think those are going to be moving fairly rapidly, referring to the legal challenges. Again, on the question of unemployment appropriations, it's conceivable that the Congress itself could have something to stand, could have some standing to sue. The House sued President Obama, for example, over spending on the Affordable Care Act. I think you might see some pushback on, the payroll tax and how that's implemented. The president can defer the payroll tax, but he can't forgive it. He talked about terminating the tax, but that would certainly require a law to do that. So I think you will see pushback here. The student loan provisions perhaps are the cleanest in that there's quite a lot of emergency power built into statute as recently as 2003 to give the education department some flexibility over student loans. And in any case, you have sort of the weird situation where the people who would be most affected actually would be grateful for the relief, presumably. That I didn't quite understand. I just want to point out, he says you have this sort of weird situation where the people who would be most affected actually would be grateful for the relief, presumably. But I would think the same, but maybe not actually, because maybe that's different from the unemployment situation, because obviously those people would be grateful for the relief there. I think that they're saying that those people wouldn't necessarily be the most affected because they may get the relief, but then if those funds come out of other, areas where other people need that funding, and it's essentially, I think Trump proposed some chunk of it to come out of the disaster relief fund, the federal disaster relief fund, as well as the states. That's where he's told the states, I believe, to take their 25% from the disaster relief funds. But that doesn't, the question is, would those funds be used for people that wouldn't be the unemployed necessarily, but someone else that may be an employed person that is affected by this, by some disaster that then needs help, and they are not directly, they're not directly impacted by, say, helping, the increasing the unemployment benefit because they're not employed. So I think that's where that distinction lies. So of course the people would be grateful for the relief in the case of the unemployment, but they might not be precisely the people that would be impacted by it. So by shifting funds from the disaster relief fund or wherever else these funds are going to come from, because we'll find out later, where else are these funds going to come from? So, all right. So again, this is not the first time. So Professor Rudolevich continues on. Again, this is not the first time presidents have messed around with administrative deadlines. Back in 2013, President Obama delayed certain deadlines that were in the Affordable Care Act. But again, since the people who didn't want to meet those deadlines were the ones who would presumably have standing to sue, they were not they were not really eager to do that. They were happy with the relief. So there you have it. The people that would be the ones to sue, which would be the people that were, that would have the standing to sue. I'm sorry. The folks that would have the standing to sue would be the people whose student loan debts were being altered in some way. But since it was to give them relief, they're not going to complain. So no issue there. You don't have to worry about somebody challenging that. Whereas in the case of somebody moving funding around from, say, a disaster relief fund to pay for unemployment, there could be many people who say, hey, listen, I may face a disaster, but I'm not unemployed, and I don't want that funding being taken from my potential, safety net. And I don't like this idea. My personal opinion on this is, I don't like this idea of us having to fight against each other, and because it's giving this false image of scarcity where there is none. We have all the funding in the world. We just gave $6 trillion away in our last economic stimulus package. We gave away $6 trillion to the wealthiest people in the largest corporations. There was $4.5 trillion plus, they gave $1.5 trillion to the business community. And then on top of that, 450 billion of it was put in the Fed and leveraged by the Federal Reserve at a 10-to-1 ratio for corporations to borrow from. And so that is a, $4.5 trillion package there on top of the $1.5 trillion they had already received directly through the stimulus package. So they got essentially $6 trillion, but at least call it a $4.5 trillion. At the very least, it was a $4.5 trillion bailout that was just given to them, no questions asked. Nobody thought twice about that. But in the case of providing some economic stimulus to the workers and just working class people that need it, no, there we got to sit there and pull from one working class person to go pay for another, which is of course going to create a situation where you create tension amongst the working class, where all of a sudden now, if you're the working person, you are now fighting against the person who is the non-working person, the unemployed person. And so there's some line being some dividing line being placed there that shouldn't really exist there. So we have a comment from Mark McKeever who says, and let me just check out. So Mark McKeever says, if the tax cut is deferred and has to be paid eventually next year, how does this defund the Social Security and Medicare? I'm confused. Okay, so just to be clear on that, so Mark McKeever is saying, if the tax cut's deferred and has to be paid eventually next year, how does this defund these Social Security and Medicare? I'm confused. The point is that it would be really, really difficult to come back later, and it would be, think of you, a taxpayer, your taxes you get a tax cut. When do tax cuts like this ever work for the rich folks, right? When are their tax cuts only ever temporary and they end up paying the taxes back, a few months later? Nobody said that about any of the $6 trillion tax cut for the wealthy that was passed by Republicans in 2017, I believe it was, or 2018. Nobody thought that was not temporary. That was permanent. Those were permanent tax cuts. The Bush tax cuts, Obama made permanent. Those are permanent tax cuts. It's only when it's in the case of working class people, one, that we talk about tax cuts being temporary. So one, that's just one thing that I just red flag there. But then also, so how is it a defunding? It's because the idea would be that they would cancel that debt ultimately. Trump is saying he ultimately wants to cancel that debt. And let me just pull up the article where I believe they said that. Let me see. So let's see. Okay. So this is from the CBS News article. You'll see that they said the payroll tax, which takes money from workers' paychecks to fund Social Security and Medicare, would still eventually be owed by workers unless there is further government action. Okay. So let me pull that up a little bit for you. So, the payroll tax, which takes money from workers' paychecks to fund Social Security and Medicare, would still eventually be owed by workers unless there is further government action. Mr. Trump also asked the secretary to explore ways of canceling the debt. So you see, Trump has already asked the Secretary of the Treasury, Steve Mnuchin, to explore ways to cancel this debt ultimately. So they don't want this money to be paid back. The goal is to make people feel like this is a tax cut right now. So working class people will feel like, ooh, relief. Yes, that's relief for me. Now, one, it's only relief if you have a job, which is fair, fine to say, let's get some relief to people who have jobs. My plan for relief to people who have jobs is just a universal basic income. Provide a universal basic income, and then we can completely skip all of this nonsense about who's getting a $600 extra a week and who isn't. Let's give $600 a week extra to every single person in the country over age 16, whether you're working or not working. You should be getting that $600. So then you don't feel like, oh, if I go back to work, I'm going to have to take a pay cut just to get back to work. No, it's always going to be more money on top of whatever you're making already. So let me just be clear on my stance so that it's very clear that there's no conflict with my stance. But the reason why, just to be very clear to Mark McKeever, the reason why this is a defunding is because Trump has already stated his intention, which is to not have people pay back this tax cut. And so that will lead to a defunding of Social Security and Medicare. Yes. Okay. So Mark McKeever says, so this is just step one of many steps to accomplish their end game. Got it. Exactly. Exactly. This is, they would just put this in. It would leave out of people's minds in a little bit. You know, it won't become a hot topic issue. Okay. It will feel like economic stimulus. Working class people could, you know, would likely favor that, you know, on first glance. But then the cuts would, because the damage that it will be dealt, one, they plan to come back later and cancel that debt, so that money will never be repaid to your Social Security and Medicare. And then ultimately, you know, when you finally would really realize the impact of that would not be until your retirement. So a lot of people, just young people, you know, folks in my generation, I'm an elder millennial, folks in the millennial generation, Zoomer generation, they are looking at a very insecure retirement right now. We're depending on, most of us are relying on Social Security for our retirement at this point. That's what most people don't have a pension. I don't have a pension right now. I had a 401k, and when I lost my job a couple of years back, I had to spend all, you know, I withdrew all of it in order to cover my rent, to just get me through a rough time. And so I have no 401k, I have no pension, and I'm a software engineer by profession. I was making, before in my last job, you know, $100,000 a year, and that was considered below market value. And so, you know, and still living paycheck to paycheck and scraping by with tons of debt, because that's the way the system has been, you know, designed. So yeah, so this is a you know, just a multi-pronged attack on our retirements essentially. And yeah, so that's something to definitely try to keep an eye out for. And just whenever you hear things about payroll tax cuts, really what we should be pushing for is more payroll taxes. But people don't want to spend higher taxes, because right now the way the system is set up is that they don't benefit from the government the way that they should be benefiting from the government. So it feels like you're spending into this system that's not giving you back anything. And so I totally understand where the sentiment, arises from, and why some people, both on the left and the right, can sometimes, and particularly on the right, have more of a resistance, a repulsion of, from taxes. It's because for a lot of working class people, the system hasn't been benefiting you directly, or it feels that way. The safety net's not there for the masses of people. We just saw it by 50 million people being thrown out of work, and about the same amount, 50 million, losing their health insurance. And so when you include their dependents and such. And so people feel like, okay, well, I'm paying tax into a system. A tax cut is an overall benefit to me, right? When really it means less money going into the system to pay for the social programs and to cover those sorts of expenses. And so in a decent society where we had a proper social safety net, it would feel fine. I would want to pay more taxes. In 1945, I believe it was, in the US, the top marginal tax rate was something like 94%. So every dollar you made over it was something like 200 something thousand in today's money. Every dollar you made over that, it would be, or I think it was $400,000 by today's money, I believe. FDR proposed a 100% tax rate, take everything. They settled for a 94% tax rate, which meant every dollar over that amount, 94 cents out of every dollar went to the government. And so we did used to have really, a much better tax rates, a much fairer tax system, but that's been gone for a long time. And so now even the taxes that we pay, because we get paid so little, it feels like so much. And so again, I just don't want to make people feel bad for having that sort of reflex in them to feel like, okay, well, this is a tax cut for working class people, isn't it? It's for people making less than $100,000. Well, for one, there's only about a $20,000 gap between that and the cutoff for what you were putting into taxes anyway. People that were making more than 120,000 don't pay any of that money into these payroll taxes, so they don't care that much. And so it feels like a working class tax cut, but really in the end it's an attack on our retirements and on our social security, really. So let's just finish up this a little bit more from this article from the Legal Scholar. I think that they make a lot of great points and just stuff for us to keep in mind while this is going on, because we got to have this context and know what to expect out of this. How far will these executive orders really be upheld, and are we actually going to get this relief? Because that's all I care about at the end of the day, is what kind of relief does this mean for working class people and families? And is it real? So, and which brings me to the next point. So the interview asked, so does he need Congress to take action in any way to make the orders he announced a reality? So to which the legal scholar Rudelovich responds, well, that would be a lot cleaner. The Constitution says that money can only be spent if it's appropriated by Congress. And indeed, in the 1970s, okay, so we read through this. Sorry about that. So, okay, yeah. So just they expect the legal challenges to start to move through quickly. So we can expect that he says, I think you might see some pushback on, the payroll tax and how that's implemented. So we'll see. The president can defer the payroll tax, but he can't forgive it. He talked about terminating the tax, but that would certainly require a law to do that. So I think you will see pushback here. So, we'll see pushback. I don't know if that pushback will result in the executive order being challenged and actually not being upheld. That can certainly happen. We saw with things like Trump when he attempted the Muslim ban, got rejected by the courts. So certainly the president signing an executive order is not the end of the story. It still has to pass through the courts, essentially, if there's any challenges. And so we have to wait for those to be resolved. And so we'll see how if these actually make it through the courts. And the one that's most likely to receive challenges is the unemployment benefits, which I think is the one that is really going to provide the most direct relief and the most economic stimulus, in fact. And so we'll see if that's even becomes a reality. Okay. So one, I guess, yeah. So that's, I don't know if we have to go any further with this. Somebody had mentioned recently, somebody had asked me about like Trump's executive orders and how they compare to Obama doing executive orders. So I'll read this last bit just because it's pertinent to that. So the interview asked, now, President Trump has used executive orders often in his administration, as you mentioned, the travel ban among them, and he issued one just days ago that aims to ban the Chinese-owned app TikTok from doing business in the U.S. How does his use of executive orders compare to that of past presidents? Let me just say on this TikTok thing, like, this is ridiculous. This is absurd. And we should all be alarmed at a president intervening in any kind of private business like this, in this way of saying that it's a very nationalist way of looking at it. As imagine if in other countries, whenever an American company came and tried to do business in a foreign country, they said, nope, you're not allowed to do business. We're going to take all of your technology and we're going to have a Chinese, for the sake of this argument, we're going to have a Chinese business takeover, and they're going to be running it from and owning. They're going to own your entire business over in this country, and all business that's done here, it has to be done by a Chinese-owned business. That Americans, and especially the right wing, would be so outraged by that. So the idea, this is just American exceptionalism when you look at things like this, and this doesn't alarm you, that Microsoft, would be looking to buy, to take ownership of TikTok, a business, that they have had nothing to do with. Not that I, am crazy over, I don't like, I'm, again, elder millennial. TikTok's not really my thing personally. Shout out to all the Zoomers. If you're in here watching, still appreciate you, do your thing. It's not my thing really, but I still don't think that it needs to be controlled by American business. I don't buy into this sort of like propaganda that they're doing, in this like anti-Chinese propaganda, the same country that talks about, oh, well, China's authoritarian takeover of business. Well, how is this not an authoritarian takeover of a business right here? This is totally authoritarian what he's trying to do with TikTok. So that entire executive action deserves to be challenged in courts, and really should be, because that is a frighteningly authoritarian, state authoritarianism that I just cannot get behind. And people, I'm a socialist, and notice that I have a rejection of state authoritarianism, because I do not believe as a there are different forms of capitalism, just like there are different forms of socialism. I subscribe to the theory of socialism, of what some people are now describing as democratic socialism, but it has always been, it's what socialists believe socialism was before 1918, before the communist Soviet takeover, in 1918, essentially, you had the, communists come to power in Russia, and what started out as what the ideals of socialism, I believe, morphed into something else. And socialists at the time, as early as, I think it happened in 1917, correct me if I'm wrong, as early as 1918, Rosa Luxemburg, a Russian socialist, came out and totally denounced that structure and that system of what would now be described by economists like Professor Richard Wolff as state capitalism. Capitalism being any system where you have an employer-employee relationship. And so whether that employer is a private employer or a state employer, we've found doesn't make a whole lot of difference. And so instead of that, what 21st century socialists, picking up from where 20th century socialists had really left off, is the idea of extending. It's just an extension of democracy from politics into the economy. That's it. Democracy in the workplace. One person, one vote on all major decisions affecting a person in the workplace, in your housing, in your healthcare, on your food, all major institutions that affect your life. So it's just an extension of democracy. That's what the socialism is that I believe in. And so you'll just notice that I just point out that we reject authoritarian, state capitalism, which is what the Chinese government, does right now. It's not socialism, even though they have done many, socially democratic sort of policies, heavy government regulation over private capitalist businesses. So, all right. So how does his use of executive orders compare to that of past presidents? Well, I think he's more inclined to invoke emergencies and the kinds of powers, again, that are scattered across the U.S. code. In times of emergency, the president can do things like suspend immigration or trade, but generally, President Trump hasn't necessarily done more in terms of executive action, but he certainly used those powers in ways that perhaps the authors of the statutes did not intend. Hence, you've seen quite a lot of controversy erupt, and I expect that these orders today will just provoke more. So expects more controversy coming out of this, and I think that's very reasonable. This is what Trump does. He's very, because he sort of he does run against the grain and does things untraditionally, because he's not a traditional politician, because he simply doesn't come from that school of, thought and behavior. Then he'll do things sometimes that have a populist appeal. So let's be clear. One thing is that this is definitely a populist move right here. And this is going to improve Trump's, whether these executive orders pass or not, Trump just improved his standing in the 2020 election. So if you care about that sort of stuff, and I'll tell you, I care less and less about that election every day, because I truly do not believe that there's a whole bunch of distance between the policies that we were going to receive under Donald Trump and those that we will, acquire under a Joe Biden. And so I'll do a stream very soon on how I'll be voting in November, and we can talk all about that, and what my belief and strategy is when it comes to the presidential election. But if that's your thing and you do care about presidential election, I think that Trump just did himself a massive favor, and this does a favor to really Republicans across the country, because however Trump does, he's going to carry them all with him. So if Trump does better, the Republican Party is going to do better, and that's what we're going to have to reckon with. And honestly, Democratic Party, Republican Party, they are two capitalist parties. We have two capitalist parties in this country. There is no choice, really, no viable choice for a socialist like myself. If when you're voting, you just don't. I mean, Bernie Sanders was the closest that we got. That's why you'll see like some, stuff that I got by him over here. Those two, posters burn. But, so he was the closest that we got. But, that's just what it is. So this I thought was I think that, so my thoughts are that I believe that the evictions and student loan moratoriums will be upheld. I think that those will pass, that those executive orders will go into place. And I think that Trump has just provided that relief. And now, mind you, this is all in the wake of Congress not being able to come together in any sort of agreement. The Republicans just want to give nothing, it seems like, to working class people. They just want to provide more. They literally, their big fight for Republicans right now in Congress is about corporate liability shield. So they want to protect corporations from any liability for any harm that comes to their workers from, say, forcing your workers to work in unsafe working conditions in the middle of a freaking global pandemic. So these monsters are literally out here trying to provide, their big fight is for corporate, liability protections in the midst of a global pandemic, because they're just so wedded to their destructive ideology. It's what Noam Chomsky, he mentions that. He says the Republican Party in America has gone off the political spectrum. They are so far to the right, they have fallen off the political spectrum. These people are, and they believe in their just crazed ideology of like tax cuts for the rich, cut social spending, and let the free market, this free market fundamentalism, when the free market just has never existed in the history of capitalism. You can't point, the closest thing to a free market that we have is like Somalia. And I don't think that any of these people, they love to like trot out Venezuela as if Venezuela is like the worst case of anything, but they love to trot out Venezuela. But they'll never trot out like Somalia in the case of like free market fundamentalism, like just let the market run free. Essentially, they believe in like anarchy. They're anarcho-capitalists is what they are. And so, and we got a comment here from Mark McKeever who says, because they honestly believe that our money is their money. And yeah, that's absolutely true. It's just, that is terrible. It's like, this is what we're fighting against. And these people are just like, that's what it's going to be. And we're in this is what Richard Wolff refers to. He says, we're in the midst of a class war and we have to be aware of the class war that we're in. And so like, yeah, we are in class war and we have to recognize that. And they're trying to pit like one worker against the next. They're trying to pit one worker against the next and trying to get us to fight amongst ourselves so that we don't group together and fight them. And so, and try to fight for, and these are, somebody had pointed out, like, Congress people make $175,000 a year. I can pull up my calculator, do the calculation real quick, but it's over $3,000 a week that a congressperson makes. So a congressperson makes over $3,000 a week, and we, the taxpayers, are paying these congress people over $3,000 a week so that they can turn around and deny us $600 a week. And that was a great point that somebody made. And so that's just, this is what it is. This is how this gross system has been set up. And they talk about, representational democracy. But these people just don't represent us. We don't really, we can go in and we can cast our little vote every once in a while. But what really gets people elected, sadly, in this country, 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100, really, is money over, people power right now. And, that's how it's been in the past. Now, we've seen a wave, and we'll talk about this more within this episode. We're going to talk about a few, just stunning progressive wins. And, we had recently the Cori Bush win that really shows that people can be more powerful than the moneyed interest sometimes when we join together properly. And so there have been some hopeful stories that have surfaced recently of just examples of working class people that came out of nowhere with very little money and managed to break down some powerful institutions. And so, yeah, like, we absolutely have to, fight every way we can. And sadly, we have to fight against our own Congress people who we elect just to beg these people for a basic subsistence. Because what we're talking about now is literally them just not letting the economy absolutely collapse in on itself because of the actions that they took. Like right now, people wouldn't have been desperate to get back to work, and we wouldn't have had the second resurgence of COVID-19 if these people had just given people a proper amount of stimulus. If in countries like Germany, they guaranteed their payrolls about 80%. The government said, listen, don't fire anybody, and we will cover 80% of your payrolls. Some countries did 90% and even more. I believe we should have covered 100% of the payrolls. But you step in and you cover a large amount of the payroll, and you say, listen, we are going to, we're going to cover 80% of your payroll. Don't fire anybody. And you will keep. Germany went from 5% unemployment at the beginning of the pandemic to 6% unemployment at this current stage. We went from 5% unemployment to over 15% unemployment, and the unofficial unemployment numbers, spoken of by people at the Federal Reserve, was over 20%. So that's the reality that we were facing, and these were avoidable issues. These are avoidable problems. Look at the curve for the COVID-19 curve in EU versus the US. It's absurd. Where they flatten their curve. We have had a massive spike in Massachusetts, where I live, is the third fastest accelerating cases right now. I mean, people are just, it's because people are desperate, and they feel because they don't have enough. They're living check to check still. They were already struggling to get by. Then the pandemic hits, and now they're struggling even more. They're surviving off of rent moratoriums, and those things are only temporary. And these rent payments weren't forgiven. The government didn't come in and just forgive people's rent. A lot of people haven't been able to obtain unemployment or didn't qualify for unemployment, and they were still in the midst of a crisis already. And so those people are just continuing to suffer there with no kind of stimulus. They were given one $1,200 check one time, one $1,200 check. Meanwhile, corporations were given just an unlimited dark black box of money to go pull from, $4.5 trillion. Plus the Federal Reserve at one point was injecting $1 trillion per day into the markets. They've also been buying up. The government went and bought up a whole bunch of mortgage-backed securities. So the housing, housing market hasn't completely collapsed, but only because the government has come in and put all of the taxpayers on the hook for that risk. Even though these private banks are the ones that gamble away through all their derivative markets. Watch the movie Big Short if you want to see about how all the gross stuff they did during the 2008 crisis that caused the crisis. These people were they're just gambling away our money in our futures. And so absolutely, we just got to be very aware of these. Mark McKeever says, plus free healthcare and pensions. Yeah, we absolutely, these are just basic things. And this is what countries that have some, social democratic countries. These aren't even socialist countries. Social democratic countries, the Scandinavian countries, France, Germany, UK, you just provide people basic, universal health care, have some actual pension system. Pensions have just gone away in this country. Pensions used to exist. You used to work knowing that you were building up into your retirement. That's just gone. I don't have a pension. I have no pension. Most people that I know, I don't know anybody with a pension. I don't know a single person in my generation that has a pension right now. So, those are just the basic elements of a social safety net that we could and should provide in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. We can provide universal health care, and we should have a secure retirement for people. I mean, we should have a universal basic income. I love the way that Kyle Kulinski frames this. Kyle Kulinski from Secular Talk frames it as we shouldn't be asking for Social Security for all. Like, that's just like we say Medicare for all. We should be doing Social Security for all, which would just be a universal basic income. Let's just take the Social Security system, and instead of waiting until you're 65 to start getting your payouts, let's start it at age 0. Just drop the age of Medicare from 65 to 0. Drop the age of, and I love with Bernie Sanders' Medicare for All plan, it doesn't just do that. It goes steps further to actually improve on Medicare for All by also covering things like dental coverage, hearing, which is really important because there's a huge, for-profit market on providing like hearing aids to the elderly. And that's just like messed up. Like, these are people on fixed incomes who just want to hear. They just want to hear, and that just provides a quality of life. And we're sitting here like making you pay for quality of life. And that's what our market system does. It responds to scarcity by providing the scarce goods to the people with the most money. And the people with the most money, it doesn't question how you obtain that money. Did you obtain that money by ethical and just means, or, you know, were you a robber baron essentially? So that's what we have to keep in mind, and just acknowledge this as we, you know, see how these things unfold and how these things are unfolding. We should always just try to keep these contextualized and know these are political choices that are being made right now that are avoidable things. They knew that this deadline was approaching for over 3 months. They knew that the deadline for these federal pandemic unemployment compensation payments, Congress knew that this was coming. They went on vacations. I mean, they work about half as many days as a regular working class person. Congress works. They work like 100 and something, like 145 days on average, when the average working person works like 280 or something like that. I forget the exact number, but it's literally almost half. It's almost half of what a regular working class person works. And they get paid $175,000 a year to do it, plus all the little side money that they make and all their, you know, through all their soft corruption and the legalized corruption and bribery that we allow in the country. So Mark McKeever, thank you so much for all the comments, by the way, Mark. I really appreciate it. If folks haven't done it already, please do me a favor and like and subscribe to the channel. Please do me a favor, like and subscribe to the channel. If it's not too annoying, hit the bell below to receive notifications. If you're watching on your phone, you just got to close out the live chat for a second, hit the like button, hit the subscribe, hit that bell, and then you can open back the live chat and keep on commenting. Let me know your thoughts on these issues. Really love hearing from the community. One other thing, huge favor to ask is, if you can afford it, please do me a favor and support this channel by heading over to my Patreon at patreon.com/radical democracy. There's a link in the description box below, and I keep a link in the description box on pretty much all of the videos that I have. But please head over there and just drop me a few dollars a month, whatever you can afford, really. It really goes a long way. I appreciate it so much. My goal is to get to $100 a month by the end of August. I don't know that that's realistic. I still haven't, advertised this thing to close friends and family. So I do expect to get a boost from that, but I really would appreciate it. It just helps this thing to keep going and hopefully growing into a democratic workplace. And so if you could please, if you can afford it, head over to my Patreon, patreon.com/radical democracy, and just sign up, few dollars a month, whatever you can afford. Really, I appreciate it so much. I'm so grateful. And so thank you to all my current Patreon subscribers. You are the reason that this thing can continue, and I can, just continue to make this content. And so I really appreciate you. I cannot thank you enough. And thank you so much for being with us and for really supporting in the most impactful way I can think of. And so just, as a socialist, we believe that people should be paid for their labor. So definitely, I want to do this labor. This is labor that I love, really enjoy. And so I would love to do this work full time. And so any donation you can provide really helps to make that happen. So if you can, patreon.com/radical democracy. Thank you so much. So this comment from Mark McKeever. Mark says, throughout the Dem primary, I wanted to hear from any of the candidates on how the debt was going to be addressed. You can throw the conversation out of the window now. Yeah. So I don't know what your ideology is, Mark, exactly, but I think that I'm very intrigued by what modern monetary theorists say about debt nowadays. I think that we get a little bit caught up in this idea of debt and the government debt. This is a really complex topic on economics, and that deserves its whole own show, and really some expert was weighing in on this. And I would really love to bring in a monetary modern theorist, somebody like Stephanie Kelton, into the conversation to talk about debt in the US, because we often think about the US debt the way that we think of our household debt, and it's just not the same. To put it really, broadly and, as basic as I can understand it, an individual household cannot print money of my own and give it to myself. So the US government has the ability to print its own money. And so we absolutely, unless you really have an understanding of monetary theory and how the monetary system works, like if you don't understand that what gives money value is taxes, if you don't understand that, then you truly do not have a thorough understanding of monetary theory. And not to say I'm an expert on this in any way, and I have a lot of work to do. This is something that I'm very interested in and want to learn more about, but just have to dive deeper on. But if you don't have that understanding of monetary theory, then that's something that, you know, I think all economists agree on. And you got to get to that point, at least, of understanding monetary theory before we get into these ideas of, like, you know, our fiscal policy and things like the debt. And so, because I think that you have to understand both monetary policy and fiscal policy in order to have these conversations in a really eloquent way. And so I'm no expert on this, but the idea of, you know, debt in the country, I mean, we need debt in order to give value to, you know, debt is how, you know, the government essentially covers, you know, to have a balanced budget doesn't often mean what people understand to mean. And again, I'm not doing it I'm doing it a disservice here, but the conversation on debt, my thoughts on it are essentially that it's a tactic used to focus people's attention onto things like our debt, when you'll notice the people that all are the folks that act like they're so concerned about the debt, Mark, the ones that act like they're so concerned about the debt are the same people that come into power and then they run up the debt to, you know, historic proportions, right? Like, look at what the Republicans just did. They talked about, you know, debt. They wanted to be the folks with the balanced budget, right? But then they come in and they just give a $6 trillion tax cut and then offset it by cutting a bunch of spending programs. And again, they didn't fully offset it. And so we ran an even larger deficit. I think our deficit is almost $1 trillion now. Deficit is like how much gets added onto the debt each year. And so, you know, if you're running at a deficit, it means that you're spending more money than you're taking in as the government, and which will in turn add to your debt each year. And so your debt is this cumulative number of like how much total. And it means that other countries have bought up bonds for that debt. You know, other countries, China's the number one debt holder for the US. They hold a bunch of US bonds. It's what gives our dollar value. So what they can do with those bonds is then the only way that you can be paid for those bonds is in US currency. And so it allows our dollar to hold more value. So listen, it's a really complex system, and focusing on the debt is the wrong thing to focus on when it's really like, I care about the end. How are human beings' lives being impacted by this stuff? And honestly, I mean, the government has to spend in times of crises, so we have to run up a debt to offset the decrease in things like our gross domestic product, you know, output and things like that. The government has historically always had to come in times like this, times of crisis, national emergencies, wartime, and the government has to spend because private companies just simply won't do it. It's not profitable, and so they're not going to do it. And by not doing it means leaving a lot of human beings in really desperate states of being in destitution in many cases. I mean, it means, you know, mass homelessness, potentially people having to go to, you know, not being able to put food on the table. And so those are the issues that I really am concerned with, is how do we fix those things? And I believe in the monetary monetarist approach to that entire, you know, line of thinking, is that, you know, the government has the ability to, because we can print our own money, we hold a power that other governments may not necessarily hold, like the government in Greece. When they went under, you know, they were essentially beholden to the euro and they couldn't print euros. So it works very differently when you're able to print your own money. And so we just saw and we see they can print money. Money can be printed. $1 trillion a day. Look it up. I mean, if you don't believe me, I'll look it up right now if you guys want me to pull it up. But $1 trillion a day was being injected into the Fed. So let me just pull this up real quick for you. All right, so you can see this is an article from PBS NewsHour, and just says this is from March 20th, 2020. Aw, 3/20/2020, just a special day for me. Shout out to Thanatos. So this is from March 20th, 2020, and it says the Federal Reserve moved with unprecedented force and speed Friday to pump huge amounts of cash into the financial system to ease disruptions that have escalated since the viral outbreak. And you can see the article headline already. Federal Reserve to lend additional $1 trillion a day to large banks. Okay, so Federal Reserve to lend additional $1 trillion a day to large banks. Okay, so and the New York Federal Reserve Bank said it will offer $1 trillion of overnight loans a day through the end of this month to large banks. So that is in addition to $1 trillion in 14-day loans it is offering every week. So, the bank so far hadn't, taken as much as they offered, but, and they claim, oh, well, none of the money is from taxpayer dollars. Who cares? It doesn't matter whether it comes from taxpayer dollars or what. It doesn't matter whether, and again, the idea of taxpayer dollars, it's just all a joke. The government does not, people that think that the way that the system works is that the government, collects a bunch of money in taxes and then they then have that money to then spend the next year or something. That's not how it works at all. The government literally can spend whatever amount it wants, and then it tries to do its best. And that's how fiscal policy works. That's how the Federal Reserve works. The Federal Reserve is allowed to inject money to offset things for inflation and all this. And they do it based on, well, how much money is circulating in the economy. Again, these are very, very complex topics. And so when people try to reduce arguments down to focusing on the debt, often it means that it's a distraction because there's so many other ways that the money is being I see it. I like this comment, another comment. And Mark McKeever says I agree. It's way more complex than I stated above, of course. And none of this is directed at you, Mark, at all. I'm just, this is something that an argument that I see a lot happening on online and just in certain circles, and it comes up a lot, and so it's just a point of frustration for me. That's all, not directed at you in any way, Mark. So Mark says the money is being printed for the asses, not the masses. Absolutely love it. Yes, that is perfect. Yeah, absolutely. That's how it works. They're not willing to print money for us. They're not willing to print money when it comes to helping working class people. We can't print money to, cancel. We could print, in a day, $1.5 trillion. The Fed injected $1.5 trillion in one day into the markets when the crash first happened. But we didn't inject, the Fed could easily inject $1.5 trillion into, say, the Department of Education and just wipe out all student loan debt. That's only $1.4 trillion. We could have long since, and with all the tax cuts for the rich, instead of doing all that, which have not trickled down to all the poor like they claim, we could have canceled all student loan debt in the country. And imagine what an economic stimulus that would be for everybody that has a student loan, whatever they're paying in student loans every month, to suddenly just have that as disposable income. What could they do with that? Would they be able to pay off some debt, some additional debt, some credit card debt, maybe put down a down payment on a home, maybe, buy a car to travel to work more easily? I mean, these are all things people could improve their lives. They'd also be spending back into the economy. And so, yeah, I think that that's something that we, I definitely couldn't agree more with Mark on this one. The money is being printed for the asses, not the masses. Absolutely true. So I do want to get to my next story here, I think. Sorry. All right. So I'm sad. Today's a Sunday stream, so just a side note here. Sunday stream, different time. I've been trying out different stream times and stuff, and I'm going to eventually try to settle on something more like a schedule so I can, be more regular about my streams and be more predictable with the streams. I don't know how feasible that is, and news happens all over the place, and sometimes I'm just going to do a live stream because I just want to go live. But it would be nice to have more of a scheduled stream, do a weekly or a weekend stream or something like that, so folks know when to look for me. Because I'm a little sad because I noticed that some of our regulars aren't in the chat, and it's probably just because it's a Sunday in the middle of the day on a Sunday. Probably just a bad time. So I apologize if you're watching the stream after the fact and you didn't get to catch it live. Please just let me know what time works out better for you, and I'll do my best to make that happen. So I would, definitely love to hear from as many folks as possible. And I really love when the chat's lively. Thank you to Mark. Shout out to Mark. Usually, Mark, we have more folks up in the chat. And so I am sorry that you're kind of all by your lonesome right now. Thanatos, you need to jump on up in here and make Mark a little less lonely in here. So want to hear your thoughts, Thanatos. I just gave you a shout out and I didn't see any love back in the chat. I don't appreciate that one bit. So yeah. And so, yeah, I want to see more love going on up in this chat, more camaraderie. And so don't be shy, y'all. Let's keep those I want to hear your thoughts, share your thoughts, let me know. And again, if you're watching this after the fact, which I think a lot of folks are going to be watching after the fact, just please let me know in the comments if there's a better time, what time you might prefer that I stream, what works better for you. And I'll try just so I can start to get a better idea of what, weekends, weekdays, days, nights. Like, I'm Eastern time. I'm in Boston, essentially right outside of Boston. So let me know, but I don't sleep at normal times, and like, I don't mind. I can be all over the place really with my streams. So I don't mind later streams. I don't mind early streams. You want me to go out and stay all over the place, then I'll stay all over the place and just do these random ones, but we'll see. So got some comments here from Thanatos, who says, I was eating. Okay, forgiven. Please, everyone eat and, be comfortable, get comfortable. I want you to be well fed for these streams so that you can have, that, mind at its sharpest and good feedback and all that stuff. Thanatos says, and my Wi-Fi connection sucks right now, so totally understand. Mark McKeever says, LOL, fat thumbs can only type so fast. Thanks for the comments back. No problem. Yes. Awesome. All right, so let us get to the next story here. So I was gonna watch some of this Trump. Oh man, we could watch some of this Trump. He did a press conference. I couldn't get through. I watched like 5 minutes of it. I couldn't get through it. The dude, within the first 5 minutes, the amount of just garbage this dude throws out there in the first 5 minutes, like, it's just too much for me. It's too much. Yeah, let's watch a really quick bit of it, and I'm gonna stop it like 10 times just because it's gonna piss me off. But here, let's watch a little bit more. This is just on the topic of the this is where he was announcing him doing these executive orders and stuff. So real quick, we'll just watch a little. No, I don't even know. What do you think? I don't know. We've covered a bunch of the story. We'll move on. I won't do this because I don't want to do this to us. All right, next story. Okay. All right. 1 second while I pull up this next story again. You got to bear with me because new technology. In what is being dubbed as the Friday Night Massacre, Donald Trump's Postmaster General Louis DeJoy has done a major shakeup at the U.S. Postal Service, and it has a lot of folks, I think, justifiably a little alarmed. And so I wanted to let's look at what exactly they've done, and then talk a little bit about what the implications of a move like this are. So this is from Common Dreams. It's an article in Common Dreams on August 7th, and it's titled Friday Night Massacre at U.S. Postal Service as Postmaster General, a major Trump donor, ousts top officials. And there's a quote here that just says, America is in a dead sprint to authoritarianism. The man is pulling out all the stops to prevent the citizens of this country from holding a legitimate election in which he might face removal from office. So this here is a picture here. This is the Postmaster General and Trump, major Trump campaign donor, who then turned around and was made into the Postmaster General. His name is Louis DeJoy, Louis, Louis DeJoy. And yeah, just a shot of him. So from this article in Common Dreams, government watchdogs, Democratic lawmakers, and pro-democracy advocates declared it a Friday night massacre for the U.S. Postal Service after news broke in a classic end-of-the-week dump that Louis DeJoy, a major GOP donor to President Donald Trump and the recently appointed Postmaster General, had issued a sweeping overhaul of the agency, including the ouster of top executives from key posts and the reshuffling of more than 24 other officials and operational managers. According to the Washington Post, the shakeup came as congressional Democrats called for an investigation of DeJoy and the cost-cutting measures that have slowed mail delivery and ensnared ballots in recent primary elections. 23 postal executives were reassigned or displaced, the new organizational chart shows. Analysts say the structure centralizes power around DeJoy, a former logistics executive and major ally of President Trump, and de-emphasizes decades of institutional postal knowledge. All told, 33 staffers included in the old postal hierarchy either kept their jobs or were reassigned in the restructuring, with 5 more staffers joining the leadership from other roles. So already under fire for recent policy changes at the USPS that mail carriers from within and outside critics have denounced as a sabotage effort to undermine the Postal Service broadly, as well as disrupt efforts to carry out mail-in voting for November's election amid the COVID-19 pandemic. The moves unveiled late Friday night were viewed as an overt assault on democracy and a calculated opportunity to boost Republicans' long-held dream of undercutting or privatizing the government-run mail service, while also boosting their election prospects in the process. So I think that this did a perfect job of really just summing up what this really amounts to. So I don't know how familiar folks are with the U.S. Postal Service, but it is one of the most efficient institutions of our government. They operate without any reliance on taxpayer funding. This is a government institution, a public institution that delivers mail to the most remote places in the country. It guarantees that every person, every citizen of this country has access to the communication tool of the Postal Service. So it allows any person in this country to have a letter delivered anywhere else in the country. And so that is what the U.S. Postal Service allows, and also allows people to receive mail anywhere in the country. So even in the most rural, remote parts of the country, they still get U.S. Postal Service mail delivery. And no private, mind you, there's nothing blocking private companies from doing that. Simply put, the market solution did not solve it. Markets do not solve the problem because it's simply not profitable. In fact, Amazon and I believe other package delivery services, but for sure Amazon has a deal with the United States Postal Service. I believe they still do. I know that there's been some political turmoil around this, but they had a deal with Amazon where they did the sort of the last mile delivery service where Amazon could only get it so far, their packages, and the USPS would come in and do the final, the last mile of that journey, because no private company wanted to make that leg of the journey because it's simply not profitable. The only way that it works is by us as a public in a community coming together and sharing in that responsibility through this system of stamp purchases, which is one of just amazingly efficient, that they fund the entire postal service off of stamps and the funding from stamps and the small services that the postal service does, right? Like postal services can do like money orders and things like that, and they can take small fees from that, right? There's actually a really amazing, and this just shows you the difference between a real left-wing approach to the U.S. Postal Service versus the right-wing approach. Bernie Sanders had proposed, I believe, along with one of the Justice Democrats, I believe it was either AOC or Ilhan Omar. Sorry for not giving them credit here properly, but I believe Bernie Sanders and one other Justice Democrat, I think it was Ilhan Omar, correct me if I'm wrong, if anyone knows or is familiar, proposed could be Rashida Tlaib as well. She's also an awesome one who this is in her, this is definitely something that she would get after as well and support. They proposed extending banking, so creating postal banking and a postal banking system whereby all post offices would be able to operate as small local banks that were allowed to make small banking transactions for people and check cashing, things of that sort or whatever. And it does this without they can even be they're a non-predatory bank that would exist, a public banking system that it would immediately provide banking services and make banking services available to poor and low income people, as well as just anyone that needed those services. But it would definitely open it up and would disproportionately positively impact lower income people who are often preyed upon by things like payday lenders and things of that sort. So this would offset that and would provide some protection there, and then also would be a way to help fund the post office. Now, the reason that the post office is even in danger, is in any kind of financial danger, is not because it's inefficient, and it's not why they're, because there have been, and I may have some articles up, I'll see. I don't think that we have any additional, but the Postal Service has been under attack, and it's been under attack for a long time now. And one of the biggest measures that they've managed to put in place that has damaged the post office is that they've required the post office, and it's the only institution, no private or public institution is required to do this. They require the post office to fully fund their employee pensions 70 years in advance. So they're the only institution that is required to fund employee pensions 70. As I'm reading this, I'm literally looking out my window and like a USPS truck just drove by. So kudos to them. Shout out. Wish I could go out there and give them a little elbow bump, but don't want to endanger their lives any more than they already are by having to be out on the front lines of the pandemic, So these folks, have been required to fund their employee pension 70 years in advance. I mean, that would be great if all companies had to do that and everybody had to compete against that. And that was the way that we did. Like, sure, I still think 70 years is too extreme. I mean, I just don't think that that's a reasonable thing to do. I think it's much better to just like have, government-backed security for your pension, for your retirement, and then, rely on that instead of having to rely on, a private corporation funding it out in some, in advance and such. So Mark Kiever says using affordable flat rates. That's another great point about the USPS, is that they are doing this all using affordable flat rates, right, for shipping. So that's like really amazing. This is just an amazingly efficient government service, and a really good point to have in the back of your mind whenever you get into arguments with certain small government conservative or small government libertarian types, or libertarians in general, since they're almost like no government kind of folks. But like, this is a really good point to keep in sort of the back of your mind, is when they talk about, a lot of them will say how government is so inefficient. You know, one of the best examples you can pull out for them is the U.S. Postal Service, how, you know, a public service like that can be run based on, like Mark McKeever points out here, affordable flat rate stamps, you know, and affordable flat rate postage. And so shout out to the USPS for doing what they do, and just know this is a long time attack on the USPS in order to, and this is a two-pronged attack from the Republicans here. And just to point out that it's two-pronged in the sense of, one, by doing these measures, and make no mistake, doing stuff like this shakeup at this thing, this weakens the effectiveness of the USPS and strengthens Louis DeJoy's ability to deal damage. Because as analysts have pointed out in this, and they said that analysts have said that this move centralizes power around DeJoy. So this is giving him more power, and that is anti-democratic. I don't think anything could be more obviously anti-democratic than, you know, consolidating power in the hands of even fewer people. And so this is totally an anti-democratic move. And this is the second prong of this is also should be concerning, because it's another anti-democratic move in that it's made to weaken the effectiveness of mail-in voting. And in particular, if I believe that if they deal damage to the idea of mail-in voting by, this is what they do. They first weaken the government and they make it ineffective through their own policy measures. They, right-wingers in general, you know, but also, you know, Democrats are also to blame here because they're so weak and ineffective at fighting and resisting against this stuff. They're so ineffective at this stuff. Rather point out and whine over, you know, trying to get Trump suspended off of Twitter like Kamala Harris did, than to do actual, you know, substantive, you know, fight for substantive rights here. But what they can do by weakening public perception of mail-in voting, they can then, it will help them to further attack it. So again, it's almost, they're really, really strategic in these, and that it's almost, you know, it's really multi-pronged in that not only do they damage the vote for this year, right? Because now you have a chance for them to harm the vote for this year. You know, Republicans want to have lower voter turnout. There's some famous thing about some famous clip where, you know, a Republican admitted that, you know, their goal is to have lower voter turnout, because when there's lower voter turnout, Republicans win. And so if you're in that tribalist mindset of, you know, I want my team to win, then the way you do that as a Republican is you get lower voter turnout, more voter suppression, right? So this is a voter suppression tactic, something that, as somebody that believes in, you know, extending democracy everywhere, this is absolutely antithetical to everything I believe in. And I just find this to be abhorrent. It's, you know, trying to disenfranchise people that are going to be voting in this election. They're going to do all kinds of tricks, right? If they slow down the ballots, right, then they can use the trick of saying, oh, well, this mail didn't get processed before 12 p.m. on the day of the election. Well, why didn't it? It's because there literally weren't enough people in place, maybe because they've been one of the things, and they talk about it, I think, further down in this article, is that they have been, one of the things that DeJoy has done since coming into power is that he took away the ability for people, for U.S. Postal Service workers to earn overtime. They couldn't work any overtime. And so now when you're in a situation where some people are going to feel threatened and not want to be at work, and so, you know, you're going to need to have more work, more coverage, more people needing to work overtime because more things are being sent through the mail now than ever, because, you know, all of our communication has just had to further move, you know, through remote standards. And so people are relying on, you know, deliveries more, you know, than ever before. And so people are going to need to work overtime, and DeJoy has implemented policies to prevent that from happening by preventing workers from working overtime. So so yes, let me just pull up we have a comment here from Mark McKeever Mark says, I'm glad you brought up the pension of this whole fiasco, but the Democrats have turned a blind eye to reverse this. So sad. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is what they do. The Mick resistance. It's this, they put up this fake resistance when really they also have donors in private, corporate donors, corporate backers that are fine with the U.S. Postal Service being privatized. They don't care about the marginalized people and the folks in rural communities that will be disproportionately negatively impacted by losing something like a universal system of communication, essentially. And this has also the effect of people not getting medicines on time, because this slows the service down of the U.S. Postal Service. So they're trying to purposefully deal damage to it, and then turn around and say, oh, look at that, it's so weak, you need to go and let private companies take over, because look at the public service, it didn't work out, it was ineffective, it was inefficient, when really what made it ineffective and inefficient was all the messed up policy provisions that they've put in place to weaken it and to damage it. And this is one of the reasons that Richard Wolff says we cannot leave capitalists in place, because as soon as we put up any kind of helpful legislation to help working class people, they immediately get to work. The capitalists immediately get to work and start to figure out how they can slowly chip away at that legislation to damage it, to attack it, until they weaken it, until they can destroy it. And they do it with unions, and they do it with things like, privatizing, the postal service or any other public services they want to privatize. They'd like to privatize the military with things like these, private mercenary outfits that they hire, like who were those people, like BlackRock, I believe they're called, or Blackstone, BlackRock. I'm mixing up like the freaking ones from Born Identity right now with the actual people. I forget who they are. They're like BlackRock, and one of them is like an investment firm that I'm totally mixing in here. But there's like Blackstone or whoever the hell it is that Betsy DeVos's younger brother, Eric Prince, whoever he worked for, he was a one of these like private mercenary types, and he was in Afghanistan and Iraq doing all kinds of effed up stuff. So they love to do this. They want to privatize, and so they can, and this is how they do it. So they weaken it. They damage the vote this year. Of course, they mess up the vote this year, and that can impact down ballot people, smaller elections, and so smaller elections, and so that has an impact not just in the presidential race, but all across the board in smaller races around the country. And so this is their goal, and their goal is to deal the damage there. But then also they can then turn around and say, look at that, mail-in voting is the problem. We can't trust the mail-in vote. You saw Trump trying to turn this into like saying that the mail-in vote is somehow like inherently the mail-in vote is like fraudulent. He was saying like the mail-in vote's fraud, even though this dude he voted in the 2020 election via absentee ballot, which is a mail-in vote. And he tries to, draw some BS distinction between mail-in and absentee balloting. Sure, there's a difference, and very slight difference. They're both voting done by mail, period. Stop, any kind of fake distinction they try to draw beyond that is garbage. It's a minute, distinction after that, and it's an insignificant distinction after that. So that's what this is all about. This is an attempt to privatize the U.S. Postal Service and weaken the U.S. Postal Service. Weaken the potential for mail-in balloting as well, which is a right that should in the state of Oregon, they have 100% mail-in ballots, and like they have like the highest rate of participation in their democracy in the whole country. Like, so when you provide people with mail-in ballots and you make it easier for people to vote, more people vote. So I believe more mail-in ballots, it should be mail-in ballots, ranked choice voting. Like, I want all of those policies implemented so that we can expand our democracy. We need ranked choice, mail-in ballots. That's how they do it in like right now in San Francisco. It's like mail-in, ranked choice. You get your ballot, you can like sit down with it for like weeks, You can do all your research. You can fill it out slowly, talk to whoever you want to talk to while you fill it out. You know, like you get all your information, you become a well-informed citizen, and then you cast your vote, then you mail it in. And it's totally legitimate. And we can absolutely, and it allows people that are, you know, disenfranchised people through reasons of like disabilities, having trouble even leaving their home, or you know, compromised people that can't really go out in public in those settings, like an election hall where there's so many people crossing in there. They just, if you're immunocompromised, often you cannot go into public spaces like that. So it prevents people from being able to participate in democracy. So I absolutely believe that mail-in balloting should be a universal, you know, right to everyone. And so that we don't do it is a travesty in this country. So this is something that, I mean, during a pandemic, it's absolutely like, it's absurd that we wouldn't do it. You absolutely have to do it in the middle of a pandemic, but it's something that should exist all the time for everyone. It should be an option for everyone all the time, anywhere you are in the country. So, X or no name, aka underscores, who I swear has a different name every time he pops in here, but is always something that's nothing kind of. But X will call you for today, says one of our Patreon subscribers. Shout out to no name, aka X, aka underscores. Thank you so much. Really, 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 really appreciate you, and just thanks for being here. Love that you were able to make it to the stream. Love that you're commenting. Love you for dropping comments on all the videos and the clips. Thank you so much. You know, folks, please comment on these videos and chat, because it helps with this evil YouTube algorithm and to help get more people to see the stream. Please do me a favor. If you haven't already, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. And if you haven't and you can, do me a favor and head over to my Patreon at patreon.com/radicaldemocracy. And drop me a few dollars a month to help this channel to continue to exist and to hopefully grow into a democratic workplace, overthrowing capitalism one worker cooperative at a time. That's the way we need to do it. And you can all play a part in that. Help to make that happen. So please, and thank you so much to all my current Patreon patrons. You are the reason that I am motivated to keep going strong. And it really is. It provides huge motivation, and it allows this thing to hopefully be something that can grow into something that I can do full time for a long time and don't have to go back into the evil software engineering industry. So there we go. X says doing it. Thumbs up. Love it. Mark says, the rate this is going, we'll have to send our Christmas packages before election day. Exactly, right? Like these are the folks that we rely on for all these sorts of things. And like, they're just like doing every little evil trick in the book to try to make it look like the USPS is the inefficient, institution or service, when it's really not. And it's just, no private company has to deal with this kind of, government intervention in their day-to-day operations of their business. And it's absurd that the U.S. Postal Service does, when they're such a critical service and they're doing it so damn well. They should be a model for all government agencies on how to function efficiently. So X says, oh, hey, nice feature displaying chat comment. Yeah, I'm trying a new software. So I'm streaming through software called StreamYard right now. So I'm just trying this out. I'm going to be testing out different technology. I'm really trying to get a good stream going, but one where I can also, the thing that I don't like about StreamYard necessarily is that I can't filter my audio in any way through this. So you're hearing raw audio, and it's not like I have like some like amazing studio setup here or anything like that. Like I am producing this I'm in my bedroom right now. I'm looking at my bed on the other side of this camera and I'm in my bedroom and I'm in limited space. I just bought some like cheap, like $20, but like soundproofing for the wall. So I bought a little bit of soundproofing, just like 12 panels. I ordered 12 more. So I'm going to set some more up around the room, but I definitely don't have like dope studio quality sound here. You'll see some more panels being added. You can see slowly my background's getting fleshed out, and I'm grabbing more posters and I'm filling out this space. And so if anybody does any cool art and wants me to rep it here, I'll save a space for like communal art if anybody has anything. Not that I want you to do any labor, but I will definitely show off your work and support it in any way that I can. So Thank you for that. I'm glad you like it, X. X says you're welcome, and X is in Hawaii, and so definitely want to. I don't know if there's a name for this, but right at you, bro. Right at you, bro. I love you, bro. Solidarity forever. X says you'll get there. Crawl first, walk later. I love it. Yes, you got to crawl before you walk, and so that's where we are. We are definitely in the crawling stage, as you see right now, and so that's why your support it means so much, and it definitely, I mean, this camera is like that's like the best piece of equipment I got is this damn camera, and it's like $600 camera or something like that. So love to pay it for the cost of things like that, and justify that. But just getting there. Baby steps though, baby steps. So shout out to everybody that supports. It helps. It's everything. It's everything. I mean, but if you can't do any of that, Shaka, that's called Shaka. That's dope. Okay, Shaka. That's really. I love that. That sounds dope. Yeah. Like Shaka Zulu, Shaka Khan. I love that. Shaka. Shaka. All right. So thank you for teaching, dropping some knowledge in here. I'll put that up there. So Shaka. So yeah. I'm so glad that we got folks up in the chat and we all up in here doing our thing here. So again, if you haven't already, do me a favor, like, subscribe. Hit the notification to receive notifications if that's not super annoying for you, and you'll know whenever we go live or drop a new video. And so we are going to get over to our next story, and this is actually one I'm really excited to do, so let's get to it. Just give me a second to set up here. All right. And I need to wet my whistle. If this stream goes too long, I might have to stop. Well, I might have to step out for a hot second to go grab something else to drink because it's a little warm in this room. Can't run any fan or AC with this audio, so it's a little warm in here. And brother's thirsty. All righty. Okay. Give me a second here. Just make a few adjustments. Luckily, now I'm going to start. So something that I've done recently that you'll see happening is that I've started uploading clips of the live streams. Like I'll take it and I'll do these live streams and I'll try to present them story by story, and then I'm going to cut them up into clips and then release the smaller clips for folks that if you want to share it. Well, that's another thing. If you can't subscribe to the Patreon, the best thing you can do besides that is to share the stream wherever you can, social media, wherever you can, share the stream, because that's going to be how this channel grows, organically to start. We need that to push it out into the community that way, because we don't have any of, the algorithm does not favor small channels already, but especially left-wing channels. They are, just suppressed through the algorithm. When I put in my titles things like, the names of these different left-wing, these progressive, challenges that win, and just put anything like critical of anything too political, that stuff gets really suppressed. And so we just have to be aware, and that's the best thing you can do as a member of the community. If you can't support the channel with the Patreon, please just share the stream, share the videos. That really goes a long way to just get the message out there, because really it's about just building up right now that subscriber base, getting more folks subscribed and onto the channel and in these chats, and helping this thing to grow so we can really build this into something bigger. So all right, let's get ready for our next story. Let me just pull up From NBC News, we have a story. Marquita Bradshaw scores upset win in Tennessee Democratic Senate primary. So, former U.S. Ambassador to Japan, Bill Hagerty, rode Trump's endorsement to win the contested Republican primary for Tennessee's open Senate seat. So, this is the Democratic primary, and this is a fairly safe Republican seat. I'm sorry. This is for the entire state of Tennessee. And the last Democrat to win the seat was Al Gore in 1994. So a Democrat hasn't held this Tennessee Senate seat since 1994, and that was Al Gore. So just something to note. I mean, this is a 26-year Republican stronghold here. It's an uphill battle for whoever the Democrat was, but running the establishment, typical standard Democrat, clearly wasn't working because 6 years straight of doing that got us nowhere. So let's just take a look at this. So this was really amazing. This is just out of nowhere, and this is such a feel-good story. But I mean, for me, it should feel good for anyone on the left. This is just working class victory here. I love it. So Marquita Bradshaw, I mean, she was on nobody's radar. You're lying if you said that if you didn't live in Tennessee, even if you lived in Tennessee, you probably didn't know who Marquita Bradshaw was. I mean, unless you're one of these voters. I mean, let's be real. So let's be real here. But like the vast majority of people in Tennessee probably didn't know who she was. Leading up to this thing. So she was nowhere on my radar. I follow a lot of these races. I try my best to contribute like a few dollars here and there to every real strong, like a left-wing progressive challenger, because I do believe in an inside-outside strategy. I don't think that electoral politics is the end-all be-all. I don't think that we can spend all of our time or even a majority of our time working in electoral politics. I think that if we're going to be effective, the majority of our time should be spent working to try to overthrow capitalism from the grassroots up and by creating or participating in democratic workplaces. And that's the real structural way to alter this system. And so that's my strategy. But I still believe in getting some help from the inside. Often, can make really monumental change, like providing Social Security, unemployment insurance. Those things really are left-wing successes and successes for working class people, and those can't happen without electoral politics. So let's just be real. We got to do a little bit of both, but I do agree with trying to spend the majority of your time in in more grassroots, more local, organizations, and really organizations that are based on democracy and building democracy. So that's just my take. But all right, let's get into this. So this is from August 6th, and out of Nashville, Tennessee. Memphis environmentalist, Black activist, and single mom Marquita Bradshaw won the Democratic primary for an open U.S. Senate seat in Tennessee on Thursday. Bradshaw defeated Nashville attorney and former Army helicopter pilot James Mackler, who had snagged an endorsement from the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee and others. Bradshaw will face former U.S. Ambassador to Japan Bill Hagerty, who defeated Nashville trauma surgeon Manny Sethi in the Republican primary. Bradshaw and Hagerty are seeking to succeed Republican Senator Lamar Alexander, who is retiring. Republicans have held both Senate seats in Tennessee since 1994. Remember, there are 2 Senate seats for every state. Every state has 2 Senate seats. The Senate positions are held for 6 years. So on a rotating basis, it's really confusing, but every 2 years, a set of Senate seats open up. And so it's different for every state. It's all over the place, and it's really hard to sort of keep track of. But suffice to say, every Senate position is held for 6 years. And then in offsetting years, I believe always there is a Senate, seat up. And, so every 2 to 4 years, a Senate seat becomes available in a state. And so there's what they call the senior senator and the junior senator. The junior senator just being whoever was the last person to come into power is considered the junior senator. They could be older than the person that is currently holding the seat, like AOC. If she holds, so that's, it's not Senate, so it gets a little confusing there because you don't have a lot of young senators, but there are some fairly young senators. I don't know who's the youngest, but that can happen. So, I'm from Massachusetts. Our senior senator is Elizabeth Warren. Our junior senator is Ed Markey, and right now Ed Markey's running against shithead Joe Kennedy. So, yeah, so. This was amazing because let me see if they get into it in this. Okay, yeah. Let me see if they get into the money. Where the money? Okay. Oh, goodness. Okay, so I thought I had pulled it up in here. So they don't mention here, but I'm just going to mention it. I'm sorry. I don't have the article up. Maybe I can pull the article up in post and add a screenshot of this article. But the amazing thing about this victory for Marquita Bradshaw was the fact that her opponent got funded to the tune of $2.1 million. So this was the DSCC, Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee, backed candidate. So that's the Chuck Schumer backed candidate, raised $2.1 million. Establishment candidate, James Mackler, $2.1 million. Marquita Bradshaw raised $8,400, and she won a Senate seat with that, y'all. That's less than $10,000 to win a Senate seat. I mean, she spent like cents per vote. She got, let me pull up exactly how many votes she got here. But it was like something over 30,000. Let me see exactly how many votes she pulled. She got, yeah. So she got 99,800. So I can pull this up for y'all. Let me put this up for you. So here goes the Ballotpedia entry for Marquita. And you'll see here, let me just zoom in a little bit for you. Okay. So you can see the results here. And this is, so Marquita Bradshaw, Robin Kimbrough was another progressive Black woman who was running. And she came in second place, actually. So she also was severely outspent by James Mackler, who came in third place. So Marquita Bradshaw had nearly 100,000 votes, spending only $8,400. I didn't do the math, but that's something like 10 cents or less per vote. I mean, it's hard to contextualize. This just doesn't happen. But it can happen apparently. And this should be really encouraging to on the left. This is an encouraging win right here. This is somebody who is a working class woman, working class Black woman, longtime environmentalist, fights for environmental justice, and really strong progressive. I'm gonna show you her policy page in a second, and you'll see her stances are very clear on policy. And so this was just out of nowhere, just stunning win. She was outspent by James Mackler 250 to 1. 250 to 1. Every dollar she spent, he spent 250 of them, and she beat him. So I mean, $8,400, that's not even enough to run a single commercial. I don't know. She's an organizer, and clearly she did this through some masterful grassroots organizing, and just like hats off to her. Can't actually take it off because of this, but hats off to Marquita Bradshaw. And this is, you go, sis. Like, you did it. You did the damn thing here. I'm loving it. I mean, and the fact that this dude that got $2.1 million and had all the establishment backing, corporate backing, that he came in third place, like, this just shows it was policy over profits, people over profits here. And, it's not like some other victories where, this person, where it's a safe Democratic seat and, that this person's going to actually wind up in the Senate. there's no guarantee that Marquita Bradshaw ends up in the Senate. It's actually very much an uphill climb for her. But I do believe that she has the best chance to win for a Democrat. I think that somebody with an actual populist message, a populist economic message like her has a real chance to win here. And so depending on how she carries out her campaign from this point forward, if she really hammers, and she does well with her policy, but if she really sticks to the populist rhetoric and populist economic message, I absolutely think that she could shock the world again in November. And so watch out for Marquita Bradshaw. And if you can, let's check out her policies, take a look at some of her policies, and then we'll look at how she's doing in her fundraising as well. So first, let's just let's see a little bit about her. So this is from her. So this is Marquita Bradshaw. Great shot of her. I love the glasses. And see, I'm a fellow bespectacled person. But meet Marquita Bradshaw. Marquita Bradshaw is a Tennessee native, a Memphian who has extensive experience in the environmental justice movement and an advocate for human rights. Marquita grew up in South Memphis and is an alumna of University of Memphis. She's a single mom who raised her son on a working class salary. Okay, so I mean, you can see this woman is, she's born, raised, she grew up in South Memphis, and clearly she's a product of, of her town and our city and our state. And so that's beautiful that she's, going to be, has a chance to serve in the community that made her, really. So, so now, you can see a couple of her, the things that she's been recognized for. Hardworking board member, environmental justice chair for the Tennessee chapter Sierra Club, International Coalition to Ban Depleted Uranium Weapons, African American Environmental Justice Network, Military Toxins Project, Youth Terminating Pollution, Mid-South Peace and Justice Center. She received the Dick Machow Environmental Justice Award from Sierra Club, Human Rights Award from Mid-South Peace and Justice Center, and the Vox Student Award Financial Literacy High School Pilot. So, these are just some of her accomplishments. And now I think, and now on the issues, I think is where, for me, she really stands out. So at the top of her page here, it just says policy should be common sense and ensure that hardworking families have healthy and safe places to live, learn, work, worship, and recreate. I am a leader that understands how to serve people out of crisis, moving forward into an age of prosperity, ingenuity, and creativity. Now, let me tell you, that little blurb right there is something that you might hear on just about any old standard politician page. But what really stands out is the actual issue she discusses below. So let's get into it here, because this is where, it's just about clear language. Ready? So Marquita Bradshaw on healthcare. I support Medicare for all. Boom. Easy, open and shut. Yes, no question. Easy answer right there. Do you support Medicare for all? Yes. No hemming and hawing. No, BS, Pete Buttigieg language about Medicare for all who want it or any garbage like that. This is, I support Medicare for all, not I support universal health care that could go about it in a million different ways, or I support single payer health care that could even be implemented in multiple different ways. No. I support Medicare for all. That's a very specific bill and a very specific policy. And I absolutely appreciate that. Is my number one issue, really, because I think it's the one that has the best chance of actually changing. That's the only reason it's my number one issue. My number two, but my real number one issue is democracy, extending democracy into the workplace. Workplace first. I think it needs to be extended into our housing and other places as well. But first place I think to extend it to is our workplace, where the majority of adults spend the majority of their waking lives, and teach people how to participate in democracy there. So that's my number one issue. But, from my personal perspective, but not the issue that I think is going to be the first thing that actually gets changed in this world, unless we do it through grassroots means like what I'm essentially trying to do through this podcast, just building a democratic workplace. But, Medicare for all is right up there, because I think it could really impact the lives. It has the best chance of passing and impacting the lives of working class people the most. And so that's why it's, at the top of my list, really. So I really appreciate when a politician doesn't beat around the bush or play games and use, sneaky language to avoid the direct question of, do you believe in this very specific policy of Medicare for all? And so I know that this is somebody that's going to vote the right way on this issue, and not just vote, but be a champion for these policies, on these issues. And so on education, she says, I support the right to a fully funded, high quality public education. So fully funded, high quality public education to me sounds like, she says, I am a lifelong, our society demands that we teach our students lifelong learning and skills that will translate to a modern economy. I am a lifelong proponent of funding our education system the same as we do our military in order to promote generations of meaningful success, regardless of background or location in Tennessee. So I love that. I think that, federal funding and fully funding public education. So that means that you're not paying any out-of-pocket costs for public education, I believe, is the path forward. And so if that's what, she's saying here, which it sounds to me like it is, then I am fully in support of that. And, I would love some stronger language on it. We can dig more into the specifics of it. I'll pull up that to see if she gets into any more of the specifics, but that, is an okay stance for me, at face value. Environment, I support the Green New Deal. Just a side note, Marquita fixed that, that capitalized that N in Green New Deal. If you need somebody to work on your website, I am a software engineer by profession and wouldn't mind lending a little hand where I could. So I support the Green New Deal. That's clear language. She's an environmental, justice advocate, has done that for most of her working, adult life. And so this is my litmus test for somebody that's working as an claims to be in favor of environmental justice. Well, you have to support a Green New Deal, because there's no other policy that lays out a system of environmental justice outside of the Green New Deal right now. There's simply nothing proposed. And so that is your baseline, the baseline for somebody that claims to be in support of left-wing environmental justice. So beautiful. I support the Green New Deal. Perfect. Economy, I support a living wage and workers' rights. Tennesseans are the hardest working people in this country, and their labor deserves to be recognized. This means fully and aggressively fighting for the federal recognition and implementation of a living wage, beginning at immediately increasing the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Keyword, beginning. She does not end there. She does not say $15 is the end all be all. That is not where we need to stop. That is simply the baseline that we need right now. $15 an hour is about $30,000 a year. It's not that much. Most places, that's barely covering your rent. So no, $15 an hour isn't going to be the end all be all. I honestly think that we need a new slogan of, fight for, like 20 by 2020, 20 in 2020, like $20 an hour. Like, it's 2020 now. We've been fighting for 15 for the past 5 years, and we're still fighting for 15. Well, inflation has happened. And so we got to pay attention to that and look out for that. And so I think that this is a great baseline. And I love that she says beginning and immediately increasing the minimum wage to $15 an hour. So beautiful. That's just perfect. On justice, she says, I support community policing and restorative justice. Restorative justice is a theory of justice that focuses on repairing the harm caused by the crime. It is best accomplished through cooperative processes that allow stakeholders to meet. So listen, I often do streams. I've got another project running. It's called Raised Fist Media. I do it with a buddy of mine. It should be a couple of us soon. But right now I'm doing these streams with Kwame Norville, and you'll see some streams on my channel. I have a whole playlist called Raised Fist Media where you can see some of those streams that we've done together. And he is a strong proponent for restorative justice. Kwame, if you're in the stream here at all, please, drop a chat and let people know you're here. And also feel free to mention anything or drop any links or anything. I think I've made it so that you can drop links, but maybe I don't have that ability unlocked for you yet, but I'll take care of that, whitelisting you for dropping links in the chat. And Yeah, so he's a major, he's become a real advocate for restorative justice. He believes in restorative justice. He's a strong proponent, I should say, of restorative justice. And so I'd love to hear his take on this. And just, I think that he would be strongly in support of Marquita for that reason. So she also talks about, overturning Citizens United, supporting universal background checks, and supporting DACA. So just again, the my baselines for like, do you have decent baseline, human-oriented policies and working class oriented policies? And the answer is yes, 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 yes. And she's so far beyond what we would have gotten out of. So I would personally, I'd rather lose with her than to lose with the other guy, because we were definitely going to lose with James Mackler. That was a foregone conclusion. He was your standard fare Democrat. Nothing was going to change. It was not going to excite any new voters to come out. It was not going to alter the electorate in any way. Marquita Bradshaw absolutely changes the game. So just really fun news. So let's see. I just want to show one other thing, and then I'll get to the comments. And so just want to show you her fundraising, because remember what I said before for the entire course of the primary, Marquita Bradshaw raised $8,400 for the entirety of her primary. She raised $8,400. Let's see how she's doing on her fundraising now that she's won her primary. I wonder if she's raised more than $8,400 since her stunning upset victory. Let's see. Huh. Wow. So this, I'm going to refresh this too, because this might not even be the most up to date. Nope, it wasn't. Look at that. Boom. So Marquita Bradshaw, since Thursday, now it's Sunday right now. I'm recording this on Sunday. So Thursday, Friday. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So within 4 days, okay, her primary was going on for how many months? She was running that primary. She collected $8,400. In 4 days, she has now raised over $150,000. And I swear, the other day I was on here and I donated. I donated like $20, I think, to Marquita Bradshaw. If you can, support candidates like this, because we need to show folks like this. This is a working class person sticking their necks out on the line to help other working class people. If we don't support this because of some like messed up thing or thought we have of like, oh, well, this is the right way to do it on the left and we have to do it this way, and we don't support people like this, well, we are just we're digging our own grave, and we're cannibalizing ourselves. We're eating our own tail, whatever you want to call it. But that's not solidarity, and that's not what it looks like. If you can afford it, support things like this. Drop her $1, $5. Honestly, just $1. It's a huge thing, because it just shows one more person supports you in the out there in the world. And so just having those numbers is huge. So, I did the calculation. Her average donation is actually it's over $50 right now. So she's getting larger donations, because I donated $20. I'm sure a lot of people just donated, small amounts, whatever they can afford. She's up to almost 3,000 donations now. She's going to have more donations than she had dollars donated to her primary. So she is just steamrolling now. And this is great. This is great because this gives her a real chance for success. And that's good. And this is the thing, like, now we're going to see about the vote blue no matter who people, if they come in and they show real support, because here's a strong left-wing Democratic candidate coming in here and now has a chance to face a Republican, incumbent, or sorry, not an incumbent, because this is even better, because you don't have to worry about the power of incumbency and running against the power of incumbency. This is kind of like the Mondaire Jones situation. Maybe like Mondaire Jones won that congressional race for an open seat in New York, and that came out of nowhere. And it's just you never know. And that, I think, was through a Democratic primary happened, and that's it's expected that he wins in the general, because it's a safe Democratic district. So you have the different dynamic. Of course, here it's a Republican and a Republican leaning district, but the policies that this woman espouses are popular even amongst Republicans. A lot of these policies are popular even amongst Republicans. And so I think that she could really stand if she emphasizes and runs on an economic populist message and carries that message forward. I think she has a real great shot to shock the world again in come November. So I'll be keeping an eye on her. I set up a recurring donation actually to her for $20 a month for the next 3 months. So I just set that up through like ActBlue. You can like set it up to like, sorry. So yeah, count me in for like 12 months. You can like change this to how many months, like you can say like 3 months and stuff. And like, so I did a 3-month donation for $20 or whatever. So, you know, just try, if you can, try to throw her $1 or $2 or $5 or $10 or whatever you can afford to just say, hey, to signal to other working class people that we will support you. If you stick your neck out on the lines for us, we will stick our necks out on the line for you, and we will do whatever we can to support you, since you're trying to do whatever you can to support us. So I just think that's, a great way to show your support. And if you can volunteer, make a phone call or two for her, or 100 or 1,000. And that would be even better. Honestly, volunteers are way more effective than campaign donations. So if you can volunteer, that's worth more than any dollars you can contribute, most likely. So if that's something that you can do, and I've done that, you can do it from any state. Usually she'll have the help and support that she needs. She'll get the help to get like a dialer and stuff set up so that you can make calls for her remotely. And that's something, again, I'm going to try to do some live streams of me doing some calls for some candidates. Yes, I'm a socialist and, try to be revolutionary where I can be. But some of this, where I do believe in the inside outside electoral politics strategy, and think that we got to work sometimes within the system to make some of these little impactful changes. Not the way, we're not going to overthrow the system through the system, but we can definitely make working class people's lives better through changes in the system. And we can help to push for those changes without taking away all of our efforts and distracting from efforts that we're putting into better, more grassroots democratic systems. And so like things like Cooperation Jackson and folks like that, they don't have to do anything in electoral politics if they don't want, because they're sitting there building up the real systems of change to overthrow capitalism from the ground up. Y'all folks, if they can, great. If they go out and they vote, and they should, and honestly, they've done stuff to help electoral politics in their district, because they know that you need the help of, the capitalists all have the government helping them out. Look what just happened. Capitalism came in, the government came in and bailed out capitalism once again. It did it in 2008. It did it in 2001 during the dot-com crisis, and it did it now in 2020. So the government will step in to save capitalism over and over again. We need a government that will step in to save socialism, save democracy in favor of the people. So I thought this was an awesome story. I'm super excited by Marquita's win. I think that it's just another, great sign on the left. This isn't a guaranteed, like, when Cori Bush upsets Lacey Clay in Missouri 1st District, like, that's a safe Democratic district. When she wins there in the primary, she's in Congress. We already know. Marquita Bradshaw still has a ways to go. She has to win she has to win the general election. I think she has a real shot to do it. She has a much better shot than James Mackler ever had, who I didn't give a damn about and wouldn't have paid a damn lick of attention to, wouldn't have donated my $20 as a working class person in another state. Like, I damn sure wasn't giving $1 or a dime to James Mackler. But I'll happily give, $60 if I can. And if I see anything else pop out and I have a couple extra bucks, and they do a good mailer, and I see her step up on an issue or something like that, I'll drop another few dollars, whatever I can. If I can afford it, I do what I can to try to contribute, because, these things can have impacts on working class people's lives. And I want to do what I can to do that. I'm getting a weird feeling of deja vu right now on the stream. So just weirdness, just letting you know, weird feeling of deja vu, like all of this, the Bradshaw, everything, just deja vu, weird. Okay, so let's check out a couple of comments. We have, and I'll pull this on, and we got Mark McKeever says, unfortunately, the Dem establishment has helped fundraise for Republican candidates over progressive candidates in this election cycle. Yes, that actually happened. We actually have Democratic establishment and major Democratic donors supporting Republican candidates in this election cycle. It happened in New York. I forget exactly what race it was in. You also had Republican groups coming in and supporting more establishment corporate candidates, like in the case of Elliot Engel versus Jamal Bowman. You had Republican groups coming in and backing Elliot Engel against Jamal Bowman. And this is what these Democrats will happily take money from these Republican groups because they all believe in the same stuff, folks. You know, they're two wings on the same bird. Is was a recent one that I heard that I really liked. You know, so this is just we gotta be aware of this. And I know some people get sensitive to hearing things like, oh, the Democrats and the Republicans are one and the same, but they're just two sides of the same coin. They're not the same thing, but they are two sides of the same coin. And any way you flip it, you're getting capitalism. So exploitation, hierarchy, employer versus employee tension, constantly having to fight employer and employee. That I want to get rid of that. We had masters and slaves, and we ended that system, and we replaced it with employer and employee, and we replaced the system of buying, owning somebody's labor with a system of renting somebody's labor. And I think both are abhorrent. I want people to be in control of their own labor through democracy. Just give people control over their own, self-determination, basic liberty. Something affects me, I should have a say in it. I just want to say in it. That's democracy. So I want an equal say to the rest of the people that it's affecting. So seems like a fair system to me. Nothing authoritarian about that. Next comment is from Mark McKeever. He says, I wonder if #Bernie will endorse her. Thanks for bringing the story up. Yeah, I'm willing to bet. Yeah, Bernie will definitely step in, and I'm gonna just go out on a limb here and say Bernie will definitely step in pretty soon. To endorse her. I think that she's going to build up a little bit more, and you'll definitely see somebody like Bernie. I won't be surprised. Now, I know Bernie's endorsement matters more than any congressional endorsements. I wonder if folks like AOC will come in and endorse, because that can give her some more like sway with, I know this sounds like identity politics, but she absolutely has sway with younger voters. AOC does. And so I definitely think that could pull in some more of the younger vote for her, even though younger people are more prone to pay attention to policy, by the way, than personality. So I already give young people credit. A lot of young people will already be on board with Marquita Bradshaw simply based on her policies. But I do think that somebody like AOC coming into the race and endorsing, Ilhan Omar, Rashid Tlaib, but really an AOC could really crank up her fundraising numbers and possibly her volunteer numbers, because AOC had a massive volunteer base behind her. I volunteered for AOC. I made phone calls. I met AOC before she won her primary election. And so, I got to speak with her for 20 minutes. I got to just have a one-on-one conversation with her. It was amazing. That was before she was, AOC. She was literally just Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez still back then. There was no AOC. That didn't happen until after she was elected, and people just did not know how to pronounce her name. But yeah, I really do think that Bernie will endorse her, Mark. I'm really hopeful for that. I think that will be a massive boost for her campaign. What I really like to see is it's really tough because people can't I think that Bernie would have gone and rallied for her, not just endorsed. I think if this were normal times, I think that Bernie would have gone out and he would have rallied for Marquita, because this Senate race, this is a real chance here to flip a Senate seat that just wasn't even in play before. I don't think that anyone was looking at the Senate seat as being in any real play. The Democrats did what the Democrats love to do, which is to back a candidate they know is going to lose. They did it against Charles Booker in Kentucky with Amy McGrath, and you saw Charles Booker, I think, only lost because of voter suppression tactics. They shut down literally 99% of the polling places on election day. They closed them down. They just shut them down in Kentucky because they said it was too dangerous for people to go out there and vote, and they didn't have enough staff. And so instead of just saying, listen, we knew that was going to happen, and we had to move to a mail-in vote and just let people vote by mail, as simply, that would have been an easy solution. Just let people vote by mail. They instead went about doing whatever they could to disenfranchise voters, and the Democrats just happily went along with this because they know that favors always the more right-wing candidate. And in this case, you had Amy McGrath, who was literally running as a pro-Trump Democrat. She was running she's running under the guise right now, Amy McGrath. This is who the Democratic establishment is backing in Kentucky right now, is Amy McGrath. Same like James Mackler. She's a former veteran, or she's a veteran, and they love those types or whatever. They don't love the Tulsi Gabbards that speak out against the establishment. No, she gets, smeared as an Assad apologist and all kinds of stuff for thinking against the grain or disavowing like our endless regime change wars. You know, you speak out against that, and all of a sudden, you being a veteran does not matter to these people. They will smear you. They will call you anti-American, even though she's literally an active member of the National Guard, of Hawaii's National Guard. Oh, shout out to Tulsi Gabbard. I don't know. How do you feel about Tulsi X? Are you a fan of Tulsi's? Would love to hear your thoughts on Tulsi Gabbard as somebody that lives in Hawaii. So Tulsi Gabbard is remind me, is she Congress or Senate? I'm stupid right now. I don't know how I'm blanking on that. Is Tulsi Gabbard Senate? I think she was Congress at one point. I think she's still Congress, but maybe Tulsi Senate. Okay. No, Tulsi's not in the Senate. Tulsi's not in the Senate. Tulsi's Congress. So, yeah, I think that, let me look that up because I don't want to be stupid right now. Let me see. Okay, U.S. Representative for Hawaii's 2nd Congressional District. Okay, yeah. So she's, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so yeah, I think that I do think that we'll get endorsements out of Bernie, and I'm thinking that AOC will come in and endorse Marquita Bradshaw, and if they do, I think that will be a massive boost to her campaign. They're almost certain to endorse. I just think that they might do more than that and really like try to do like hold an event for her in some way to try to support even further, because this is we have a real potential to show something, and this could be a real proof of concept here for the left to show that yes, you know, you don't need to run on moderate centrist policies in these purple areas or even red districts to win as a Democrat. That doesn't excite people. That doesn't change the base in any way. The way to do it is by bringing out populist candidates with populist economic messages. So I think, you know, I am fully in support of Marquita Bradshaw. I'm really excited to see where her campaign goes, and I'll definitely be following along with it. And I'll try to bring you some more information on it whenever I can. So all right. Really quick before I move on to, I did say I would check out Marquita's education page, and I just wanted to pull up real quick because she does get into a bit more of the specifics on our education page, and I just wanted to point out a few things. She says she's in favor of relieving current student debt and reinstate protections from predatory for-profit student debt companies and colleges. We cannot invest in our youth if they are burdened with tens of thousands of dollars by the time they graduate. A Tennessee economy with that built into it is not sustainable. Provide funding available to under-resourced and low-performing local education authorities, which is, you know, in America, education is funded based on local property taxes. Most other countries, that's just considered absolutely ass backwards. That means that the more expensive the houses in the community are, the more funding for education the children will receive, which is just totally ass backwards. It should be the opposite. If you have better houses, it means that you probably have more income. You probably have more access to resources, you know, extracurricular sort of activities, tutoring, private tutoring, things like that you can provide for your children. Whereas in lower income communities, you have, you know, lower income houses, you know, lower property values that have been destroyed through, you know, targeted into Black, brown communities, Jewish communities, Irish communities, even through redlining. You know, when they redline districts, those lowered property values, and so you got less funding into the education system. So it was just systematic ways of ensuring that poor and Black and brown people stayed oppressed, but really it's targeted at poor people. And then because poor people are disproportionately Black, brown, indigenous, you know, immigrant, then those marginalized communities, you know, end up more disaffected. Trans, gay, you know, just more marginalized communities end up more disaffected by these policies. She believes in funding universal pre-K education, which I think is strong left-wing policy. Build towards a free technical community, HBCU, and public college education. So She says build towards it. I think we just need to provide it. So, I could see, but this may fly in Tennessee. I still think that coming out with a stronger stance on this would be great, and just say straight up, cancel student loan debt. Don't say relieve. I don't know what it means to relieve current student debt. Cancel it. Relieve sounds like you're going to take away some of it, but not all of it. She may mean all of it. It's just stronger language would be great on her part. So Mark McKeever says, I think Gabby is not running to hold her seat this election cycle. Yep, you're absolutely correct. She's not. I remember when she came and made that announcement during the presidential election. I thought it was kind of weird, but maybe she thought she had a better chance in the presidential election or something. I don't know exactly what, but yeah, she decided not to run. So her seat is an open seat. So not sure what's going to go on there. The only Hawaiian politics I've ever really followed closely was the Kanaiela Ing race. I think Kanaiela Ing is amazing. He was a Justice Democrats candidate and somebody that I supported. He would have been amazing. He won a smaller race by doing like door-to-door knocking on like tens of thousands of doors himself. And he's just like, yeah, like, he's great. Kanaiela Ing was amazing, and I think that he deserved to be in Congress. He unfortunately lost to some, establishment back candidate, but that's the closest that I ever followed Hawaiian politics, and so I'm not too well versed in it. So maybe X can give us some more details. But yeah, Kanaiela Ing was like an AOC type style candidate. I believe in all those same policies. And he even got a video made for him by the same people that made that famous like viral AOC video, the first one of her campaign videos. And like, it was amazing. And just like, I mean, I'm pretty sure I cried a couple times watching that damn thing. It was so moving, and just like to see him, and I think he might have been indigenous, and like, it's just, yeah, it was just like the dude, he deserved to win, and he would have been a great, fighter for working class folks. So sorry, shout out to Kanaiela Ing. Hope he runs for something. Hope he makes it to Congress eventually. The same way that Cori Bush didn't win that first time around and came back in the second time and won. Like, I hope more people run like that, even though I know it takes a lot out of them. So X says, on the surface, she seems good, and I like her anti-war stances, but I think her funding and political ties are questionable. Mixed feelings, voted for her 2 times. So that's in reference to Tulsi Gabbard. He says, on the surface, she seems good, and I like her anti-war stances, but I think her funding and political ties are questionable. Mixed feelings, voted for her 2 times. Yeah, that pretty much describes exactly how I feel about Tulsi. Like, I love her anti-war rhetoric. I think that's exactly where I want any left-wing candidate to be on, the sort of American imperialism, Western imperialism, American imperialism. That's the stance I want people to take. I thought that she took a really strong stance anti-war, but then things like Medicare for all, she really flip-flopped on, and ultimately dealt damage, I think, to the Medicare for all movement. And I really didn't like that. She came out and at first endorsed Bernie's policy, but then backtracked on it and started coming out with her own little Pete Buttigieg style Medicare for all who want it garbage. She called it Medicare choice, or Medicare for all choice, or something like that. And it was just BS. It was a public option, and just a really Weasley way, I thought, to weaken the branding for Medicare for all, which it does require like branding for these political things. So yeah, I also don't know so much about her funding and the political ties, but that won't surprise me at all. When you say political ties, I wonder, you might be talking about like things like the Modi, ties and stuff like that. Like, I do believe in the stance of like, you don't make peace with your allies, you make peace with your enemies. So I'm not necessarily like outrightly against her for having ties to Modi in that way, of like, if you're trying to be diplomatic in that sense, and like, that's what I prefer over like a too like strong man type of stance or anything like that. But I don't know enough about it to have a really well-informed opinion on it. And so it was enough that at face value, I wasn't just completely turned. I don't have issues with her, speaking with Assad in on good terms or anything like that. Like, I don't want war with Syria. I don't want to do a regime change war in Syria. I just don't think that ever works out the way that we think so. So I'm not upset. I don't have to take issue with her communicating or having, diplomatic ties to Assad in any way, or even with Modi. But I do understand that, some issues around with her father and, just the whole Hindu nationalism issue. And like you said, I pretty much agree. Mixed feelings. I didn't have a chance to vote for her twice, but I'm almost certain I would have, because I'm almost certain going to be better than whatever else they're offering up from the Democratic Party. And so it'll be interesting with her voice out of the conversation. I honestly, depending on who takes her seat, I'll probably hope that she runs again. If they're not anti-war or they're not like a proper left-wing progressive candidate, like I hope that she'll eventually take the seat back, because I don't want like an establishment candidate coming in there and taking that seat over. I don't think that's better for the country in any way. So yeah, thank you for that little background info there. So shout out to X for that information. All right, let me get ready for the next story. I'm going to grab something to drink before we do, because like I told you, thirsty, warm. All right, give me 1 second. To everyone that's here, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you for being here. If you haven't already, please do me a favor and hit the like button. It should be down here somewhere if you're watching this on YouTube, on your desktop. If you're on mobile, you just got to close out the live chat, hit the like button, hit the subscribe, hit that bell to receive notifications. Then you can open up the live chat and get back in that chat and talk to us here. We love to hear your thoughts on any of these topics or anything else that you want to discuss. Please just drop the comment below. Drop the comment in the chat over there on the side, probably, or maybe below if you're watching this on mobile. And we'll try to read every chat and engage with every chat there. So please share your thoughts and we'll discuss. So and if you can afford it, as you see right here, here. Okay, right there. You see that? That's my Patreon right there. So patreon.com/radical democracy. Head to that, just type that into your browser bar there and head over to my Patreon when you get a sec, if you can afford it, and drop me a few dollars, a few dollars a month, donate a few bucks a month to keep the show going. Whatever you can afford, I appreciate. Thank you so much to all of my current Patreons, to all my current patrons. Keep this thing going. You give me the motivation to make it happen. And I really, 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 really appreciate you all. And so I can't thank you enough for that. And so please, just, if you can afford it, head over to Patreon, sign up, and I'll give you a shout out on stream whenever I let me quickly, I'm just going to pull up the Patreon site so that just in case, in the off chance that somebody signs up here, I can shout them out if I see it. So we're at $20 a month pledge right now. I really need to get to $100 a month by the end of this, by the end of the month, hopefully. And hopefully keep it going from there. 500 a month and then 1,000 a month. And then once we get to 2,000 a month, I can actually survive full time on this thing. And then you'll see the best of the best. And I'll cry as well. You'll see me cry on camera, and it'll be a really emotional day because you will have helped me to change my career to something that I actually would like to do and, really enjoy and passionate about. And I'm going to continue to do this for fun for as long as humanly possible. And hopefully, but if I want to turn this into something more, it will require some financial support. So thank you so much. And I deeply appreciate it, really. So can't thank you all enough for supporting the way you do. Let me get this next story queued up. This one I think should be a quicker one. Alrighty. All right. So this is from people.com. Representative Rashida Tlaib easily wins her primary rematch and declares squad is here to stay. Tlaib win all but locks her in for a second term in Congress, where she represents Michigan's 13th congressional district. So this is the district that includes like Detroit. And Rashida Tlaib has won her first, race in 2018, when she came into Congress, and she has been, had a massive impact already. Really fought for working class policies, just not back down. Resisted Trump from the left in an actually substantive way, instead of the sometimes resistance from the right that we see from corporate Democrats. And so this was originally published in people.com on August 6th. And here we see Sister Rashida Tlaib. This is the first Palestinian American woman elected to Congress. So just, a little bit of history there. And so Representative Rashida Tlaib, one of 4 lawmakers of color who make up the squad, easily won her Democratic primary race this week and declared the Progressive Congressional Group, a prominent conservative target, is here to stay. So while the race had been expected by some to be close, and that's an important thing to note because the establishment and the media were making this out to sound like this was going to be some really close race leading up to this thing. Like, they said how many times that this thing is going to be, they expect it to be like, razor thin. Maybe she loses her seat here. That was all the news you were reading leading up to it. And it was just wishful thinking. They thought that they could just like wish that into existence. But while the race had been expected by some to be close, Tlaib, 44, defeated repeat opponent Brenda Jones after earning more than 66% of the vote in Michigan's 13th congressional district, according to the New York Times. 66%, y'all. 66. That's a 6 and then another 6 right after it. 66% of the vote. That's what you call a mollywhopping. Okay, that is a landslide if I've ever seen one. 66% to the 33 some percent that Brenda Jones received. The last race was an 8-person race. This was a 2-person race. Last time Rashida Tlaib got about 30 something percent, 33%, I believe, of the vote. So this time she doubled her vote total, per percentage total. And yeah, I just think that it's sorry about that. So just a little bit more context here, a little bit more background before I get into my thoughts on it. Jones is the president of Detroit City Council and lost to Tlaib in their last election by only 900 votes, while beating her in another contest by some 1,600 votes. So I can't even get into it because I don't even fully understand it. But suffice it to say that oddly, there were 2 votes that they had 2 votes, and in one of the votes, Tlaib actually lost by 1,600 votes, and in the other vote, she won by 900 through some weird circumstances that happened that year with that district's politics and stuff and whatever weirdness. Ryan Grimm, I saw give some explanation on this, and it's not important. Suffice to say, there were these 2 elections. One of them she managed to win by only 900 votes, and one she lost by 1,600 votes. So here's a statement from Tlaib. Let it be known that in the 13th district, just like in communities across our country, we are done with establishment politics that put corporations first. If I was considered the most vulnerable member of the squad, I think it's safe to say the squad is here to stay, and it's only getting bigger. So that's awesome because That's what all the news was saying. They were saying that she was the most vulnerable member of the squad, that her seat wasn't safe. You know, Ilhan Omar has a race coming up as well. She's going to be fine. She's going to be reelected. And they're pouring crazy amounts of money into against Ilhan Omar. Some wild amounts of money are coming against her, and there's definitely some Islamophobic shit going on there. You know, people hate her because she has really strong, proper left-wing rhetoric on the apartheid state in Israel. You know, as a Muslim woman and a hijabi wearing Muslim woman, she is just a symbol and a flashpoint for people on the right, and they just cannot stand her. And yeah, like the FDR quote, you know, they hate her and she welcomes their hatred, and it's beautiful to watch. And so that's the thing. If Rashida Tlaib was considered the most vulnerable and she handily won her race, then that's that. You know, what that's proving is that when people get into Congress and they actually do what their voters sent them there to do, and they fight for working class policies and for populist economic policies, and they go out there and they resist both the Republicans as well as the Democratic Party from the left, that's popular, and that people will vote for you again. When they see the AOC, you know, won her primary, it was wild. There was another one, like 70-something% of the vote or something AOC pulled, and you know, for her second vote. So, you know, what it's proving is that if you manage to get in there and you do what you say you're going to do, and you actually fight for these policies, and you don't back down to both to the, you know, the Republican Party, but also to Democratic Party establishment, and you buck that trend, and you actually go out there and espouse the policies that your constituents believe in and that are popular policies in the country. And make no mistake, left-wing policies are the more popular policies in the country when you actually poll on the individual issues instead of just asking people what they identify as. So it's very, you know, it's a heartening thing to see, and it's a good sign for the left that when we get into power, and as long as we use our power to actually help working class people, that is just popular, and you can continue. You don't even have to do too much campaigning. And don't mind you, Rashida Tlaib raised a ton of money in this race, and she outraised her opponents tremendously. I don't think Ilhan Omar is lucky enough in that case, because they've come in so hard against Ilhan Omar and they've piled millions of dollars against her. I think that Rashida Tlaib outraised her opponent. Like, I don't know exactly. I'm going to see if they mention in this story. I don't think they do, but she outraised her significant. Okay. However, voters overwhelmingly sided with Tlaib, who built a prominent political profile and gathered endorsements from the likes of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, as well as a $2.9 million to $140,000 advantage in fundraising. So more than 10 to 1. This is crazy because this is the opposite of what you usually see. Usually you see the establishment corporate candidate coming in and being able to raise 10 to 1. Like, that's what happened to AOC. She got outraised, I think, 10 or 20 to 1 in her district by Joe Crowley, and she still beat him. So yeah, this is just encouraging, and I love to see it. And, you know, props to Rashida Tlaib, and shout out to Rashida Tlaib, who just proved all of the media and establishment political, you know, consultants. It just proved them to be as, you know, as foolish as we all know they are. So shout out to Rashida Tlaib for the win. It's a good win, and it's a meaningful win for the left, and it's a statement about progressive politics and left-wing politics, and how it's winning politics. It's not just good policy, it's good politics as well, to be on the left and to fight for left-wing labor movements and working class politics. So Mark McKeever says Representative Omar is hella strong. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. I love Ilhan Omar. She's a great representative. She's an outspoken voice on so many issues. She catches a whole bunch of BS from Islamophobes and people that are just like, there's a whole bunch of misogyny and Islamophobia going on there. And they seethe when they see this, she is a, sorry to say it, this is probably not very left wing of me, but she's a beautiful, brown hijabi wearing Muslim woman who is like young and, fights for these left wing policies. And like, that makes them so angry. They hate it. They hate to see it. And I love it, So I really enjoy, folks. She's probably my favorite member of the squad, honestly, Ilhan Omar. She's taken the best. She has the best foreign policy stance out of all of them. I think that it's just not AOC's wheelhouse, really. Foreign policy isn't really AOC's wheelhouse, and that's fine. Ilhan Omar is a Somali refugee, I believe. And so, like, of course, she's going to be more aware on foreign policy. I spent time living in Jamaica for my high school years, and that's what made me pay more attention to. And just being able, it's sort of like astronauts who like go to space and they see the planet from like far back, and they get this whole different like perspective on like what that means. And they just talk about how it really alters their perspective. Well, I feel like it's the same thing when you take into consideration like living outside of the US. Like, you have this outside in perspective where like everybody doesn't believe in the American exceptionalism, and you don't hear, everybody doesn't toe that American exceptionalism line. And so you just get a different perspective, and you get people that actually take a different tack on something that is a little bit, outside the mainstream in the US, and it's just not so unheard of. And so it's much more, it doesn't surprise me that Ilhan Omar, and it's not a major knock on AOC. I understand when I didn't have a lot of perspective on foreign policy up until a few years ago, because it just wasn't on my radar. When you're a black or brown person in this country, marginalized person, woman, trans, gay, you're just fighting for basic human rights every day of your life. So it's really hard to sit there and try to look outside of yourself and your own despair to try to recognize and take on sort of a humanist internationalist approach in your politics when you're literally just like scrambling to survive and just trying to make ends meet. So I don't begrudge anyone or blame anyone for not having a fully internationalist perspective. That's what I hope to do with this channel, is to try to provide more of that, and try to cover more foreign policy issues and things like that. I want to talk about like the story in Beirut, what's going on with the explosion in Beirut. I meant to pull up something to have that for today, but I didn't get the research together on it. But hopefully, we'll talk about that at my next live stream, and we can get into that. So yeah, this was a fun story. Now, for folks that are just here and didn't see this and didn't watch the stream earlier, I just want to quickly jump over to one thing. Let me first take that down. I'm just going to pull up. There was one of our users in the community, What Up America, sent over some potential logo designs for Radical Democracy. And so I just wanted to show them off and see if folks have a preference on these. So I will, we'll do a little bit of a democratic vote here in the community and see what folks think. Before we do, it looks like we got a comment, and so I'll just drop. Mark McKeever says, I never understood all the hatred Representative Omar got when she refused dual citizenship. Yeah, that was a really weird thing. That was all about her just saying like I'm not gonna like pledge like a dual citizenship to like and I correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the issue is because she said, I'm not gonna like have like a dual loyalty pledge or something because they wanted her to pledge against the BDS movement, which is the boycott, divestment, sanction movement against Israel. And they wanted her to pledge against that, essentially pledging her commitment to Israel. And she said, no, listen, I'm not going to do any dual loyalty pledges. I only pledge loyalty to America. I'm not going to pledge loyalty to Israel. That was then misconstrued as an anti-Semitic trope of like, and sure, I believe there's, on doing more research into it, sure, there's a trope, but I had to do research it to know that that was a trope. The idea that everybody should just know that, and that that's a thing, and everybody should just be aware of that, and that was her point, or that she was somehow speaking with malicious intent and actually being anti-Semitic, is so beyond the pale to me. It's just so disingenuous, and just a disingenuous attack, because what she was clearly saying was, listen, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to pledge loyalty to this, an apartheid state here, Israel, or whatever, and say that I'm not going to support people trying to literally, exercise what is a First Amendment right here in the U.S. of protest. Like, I believe you should be able to boycott, divest, and sanction. You should definitely be able to say you support that in protest of an apartheid state. And she just tried to make that clear and say, listen, I'm not going to do that, because all these Democrats were over there pledging that they weren't going to support BDS, which is so anti-free speech. And that's just like grossly anti-free speech. And that is actual true anti-free speech. Like, that is against the First Amendment. That is the government, the U.S. government, stepping in and saying things like we're not going to provide funding to people that support BDS. Like, that happened to a teacher in like Texas, I believe it was. It was absurd. Like, this is what was happening around our country. It's the most anti-free speech garbage I've ever seen in my life. And you had people like sitting here trying to smear her as being anti-Semitic over just literally saying, listen, I'm not going to be anti-free speech and fight against Palestinians achieving their human rights and their human dignity and their right to be recognized as full human beings. So no, I support the BDS movement. I personally support the Palestinian fight for human rights. We need to free Palestine. We need to get, treat Palestinians and give Palestinians, recognize Palestinians as the human beings that they are, and give them their full human rights that they deserve. West Bank is like the largest open air prison in the world. And you just, these, Gaza, like what they're doing there is it's an apartheid state, and they treat the Palestinians as second-class citizens there. And anyone that supports that is one, just either just wildly misinformed, or a real bad actor that is like, Zionist types that like believe in what is that thing called? Rapture. And like, you got half of them that are like, the Christians are working with the Jews, but the Christians Jewish people, and like, but the Christians are like working with Zionist Jews who believes that like, that you gotta like make Jerusalem the capital of Israel again, and recognize it as such. And that's why when Trump moved the embassy to Jerusalem, it had all this significance, and it was really just like an attack on Palestinians essentially. And you got these people that are like working together, but the Christians all think they're doing it just because they like want to see all the terrible, awful Jews in their minds. Not that I think Jews are terrible and awful. They're not. That's crazy. But they think that they're like, in their mind, they're like, oh, we're screwing them over. Like we're their secret, where they're like double agents, where we're going to help them to help propel this biblical, stuff of like the end times, and like accelerating towards like these end times and like rapture, and like, but the thing about rapture for the Christians, they want to get there because they think that when that happens, that like 75% of all the Jewish people are going to like burn in eternal hellfire. And like, it's crazy shit, man. It's crazy shit. And these people are like in the US government, like Mike Pompeo, former head of the CIA, like believes in the friggin' rapture. These people are really working towards this, like just screwed up stuff. And like, that's what we got going on here. And instead of like, recognizing like, listen, Jewish people faced a tragic history that was terrible, right? But then we turn around, and we can't then turn around and say like they get carte blanche to go, and it's not just Jewish people. It's there's a ton of Jewish people who absolutely condemn these actions of like Netanyahu and the right-wing Israeli government. You can be pro-Semitic, not anti-Semitic, but still anti-Israel, and you don't have to be in favor of a right-wing, Israeli apartheid state in order to say that you are not anti-Semitic. Like, it's not anti-Semitic to criticize an apartheid state. And so that's my thoughts on Ilhan Omar, and I think that she's a great representative, and I'm looking forward to her winning resoundingly in in come November or whenever her prime. I think I don't know if she faces a primary challenger. It could be a primary challenger, but I don't know. Yeah, so she faces a primary challenger, but if it's not primary challenge, then it's in the general, and she's gonna wipe the floor with them. So I look forward to it. And yeah, let's read some more comments. X says the hatred was a contrived political smear. Absolutely. It was just so obvious and just like disingenuous, just like it was political smear tactics and just used to try to drag her down because she supports strong working class policies. She's a strong left wing representative and she doesn't take money from corporations and so in corporate PACs. And so they can't control her. She's controlled by the people. She should be as a representative of the people. And so they hate that and they want to tear that down. And so, yeah, that's something to note for sure. Mark McKeever says, well said. That's when she won me over, when she refused it. Yep. I never knew that was even a thing. Most American thing a representative has done, in my opinion. Yeah, that's so American to be like, I believe in free speech. I believe in free speech. And, you know, I support the free speech, not just of a person in America, but a person anywhere in the world. I support their free speech. So that is as American as it gets, really, right there. So yeah, I thought that was great. And I did not know that was a thing either. I didn't know that was a thing. And I don't think most people knew that was a thing. I think that if you're in the Jewish community, it's probably a noticed and a known trope. But like outside of the Jewish community, I think that it's only like probably people that hate Jewish people and like actual anti-Semitic people that actually know those tropes. Like a lot of people that are just like, and I mean, we should become aware of them and try to avoid them where we can. But there's some places where it's like, no, I'm not going to like avoid being critical of something that deserves criticism because there might be a trope attached to it that's like some like trope that like it's not the purpose of it. It's not what the point of my message. And just because this thing exists, I think sometimes they exist to try to quash debate and try to like silence debate and marginalize those sorts of debates. And so I won't fall victim to that. And I will speak out in favor of human rights where I see human rights being violated. And so we have to build that internationalist understanding and to recognize that a Palestinian life has every bit as much value as an American life. And we have to operate as such. And so we would never stand for a bunch of Americans facing what Palestinians are facing, although we kind of do in the case of our prison labor in this country. I mean, we can get into that in this 13th Amendment, which we got into in a previous stream. But we do treat a set of Americans as second-class citizens and, you know, Black people in this country and indigenous people and immigrants as we see what's going on our southern border. So I guess we would treat people like that, and we do. And so I guess it's no surprise that some of these people support the Israeli government when they're doing some of the same stuff. And in fact, they learn from our cops and our cops learn from the Israeli government. And so tactics you see deployed over there come back and harm Black people in this country. So the Israeli police force and the Israeli forces, they train some of our police departments here in the country. And so just note that when our tax dollar goes to helping militarize further, you know, militarize the Israelis and into weaponize, help their beef up their, you know, their military and tactics and practices and their of the Israeli forces, then that comes around to bite Black Americans and brown and poor Americans in the ass in the end, because they then turn around and teach those tactics. And you can look this up. The Israeli, a lot of the U.S. police departments get training from the Israeli Defense Forces, I believe they're called. And so they learn those tactics and they bring that stuff right back here. And you're seeing some of those tactics deployed at our southern border right now. And we've seen them in Black and brown communities being deployed for decades. So it's nothing new to us. And they literally, they borrow these tactics and it plays off of one another. So be careful and just know that having an internationalist perspective can, you know, affect you right here at home and can lead to, you know, fighting for better policies right here at home just by fighting for human rights for people, you know, outside of this country. So it all comes full circle. Free Palestine, and yeah, Palestinian rights are human rights. So let's let's just pull up. So I'm going to get into the next story, but before I get into the next story, I'm just going to quickly show off these logo designs done by What Up America. And I just want people, if you like any of these logos better than the current Radical Democracy logo, which is just that raised fist, the black raised fist with the red outline. It's kind of a generic image, honestly. Found it as a royalty-free image online, and I'm not an artist or designer, and so I struggle with that sort of stuff. And so I definitely need help from the community on this. And so one of the members of our community, What Up America, sent me over, just out of the kindness of their heart, sent me over some designs for potential logos for Radical Democracy. They're a design student, I believe, and so this would be a cool project for them, I think, and it would help the channel. If folks like these logos better than the one that we have, it could definitely help to have a better logo. So I'm going to show off a set of logos. They all have numbers on them. I'm going to show you one page. They all have numbers, and I'll show you one more. And if you like any of these, just do me a favor and write in the comments, in the chat, or in the comments. If you're watching this after the fact, just write if you vote for any one of these over the current one. Just tell me, just say like logo number 1 or logo number 5 or logo number 7, whichever one you prefer. Let me know in the chat or the comments, and depending on if we get enough votes for this, I'll just do this over a couple of streams, and once we have enough votes and enough people that have weighed in, we'll make a decision. And we'll either, if whatever folks decide, that's what we'll go with. So we'll do this democratically. So if you see one of these logos up on screen that you think you prefer over the current Radical Democracy logo, please do me a favor, leave a note in the comments, or in the chat, just say logo number whatever, and I'll tally those all up over time, and we'll figure out exactly which one the community loves, and we'll roll with whatever the community enjoys, because we're democratic here. So thank you so much to What Up America. Seriously, this was really cool of you, and I really do appreciate you doing this and taking the time to do this. This was just really awesome, and I really appreciate it. So thank you so much to What Up America, and sorry that you're not here in the stream right now with us, but I'm sure you're going to watch this after the fact. So shout out to What Up America. All right, and this is one of them, and then let me just show you the other is here. These are the others, and you can see, but I'll just take this one as the sort of main one. So you can call this logo number 8. If you like this one better than the current one, just write in the chat or the comments logo number 8. So I only have 4 hours on this stream, Aldi, because of the software that I'm using. I only have 4 hours on this stream. I want to get through at least one more story that I definitely need to get into. So I'm going to push forward here. Feel free to leave a comment with your vote on the logo in the comments or the chat. All right, moving along. Oh, it says Zoom, please. For the other one. Let me go back to that other one. Hold on, and zoom in so that you can see him better. I can't really zoom. Hold on, I'm just gonna make this bigger first. Yeah, this thing is really evil. I think I'm gonna have to download this. I don't have this pulled up and properly. I don't think it lets me zoom, unfortunately. Oh yes, there we go. Yay. Okay, it didn't work with the other thing, but it works with this. Okay, so these are them. Let me I'll zoom a little bit more, right? So yeah, this is them. You can always pause the video, rewind, whatever you got to do. I'll just flip them a little slowly here. Number 3, number 4. And then we have number 5. Number 6 here. And these are just, some rough sketches they did just to kind of give a bunch of ideas for different ones. And 7 here. All right. And then this is the other, and I think that's zoomed enough here. Nice. Okay, so we got some comments. Awesome. Mark says, I like 7, but have radical democracy orbit the mic rather than the moon. Cool. I like that. X says, I do graphics, logos, and web design. Oh, awesome. And yeah, if you have anything, have at it. But if you're busy and like, I don't want to put anything on anyone. I don't have a ton of money, obviously, right now. And so like, but I do want everybody to be like paid for their work and stuff. So like, reach out to me and we'll talk. And like, yeah, I would love to have folks from the community help out in any way that I can, and also to promote their work and stuff, and just to promote people from the community. So to help them grow in like, any way that I can, and to like pay it forward. So yeah, I would absolutely, love to, or just show off some of your work or anything like that. So send me in some of your work, especially to my patrons. If you have anything you want me to show off, or like, if you have anything you want me to plug or show off for all my patrons, do me a favor and just like send me a message on Patreon or wherever, and just like let me know you have some channel or website or anything you want me to plug, and I'll plug it for you, because it's the absolute least I can do. So let me know, and I'll definitely try to support in every way that I can. So thank you. And I will move along here because we only got about 45 minutes left on this stream before they just yeah. Okay, so let me jump over. Okay, comment from X says 6 jumps out the most at a glance. Black text on blue should be white. Personally, I like your current logo better than all of these. Okay, so X is voting. I think at the end of the day says 6 was his favorite of all the bunch, and but likes the current logo. Prefers the current logo over these ones. So, and yeah, 6. If I'm not, I hope I don't mess this up, and like sway people's line of thinking, but 6 jumps out the most to me of all of them too. Okay, cool. Awesome. X says, email me your logo. Need to get my Photoshop running again. We'll do it for free. Oh shit. Sorry if I shared your email and you didn't want me to. I apologize. You put it in the chat, so I think you were okay with it being public. I won't put it up there again unless you tell me it's okay. But awesome. I will reach out, and I'm going to, can I like copy this text from here somehow? Damn it. No, they don't make that very easy. That's so weird. Sorry. I'm trying to figure out if I can. Goofy. Okay. They don't make it easy to copy the text out of there, but I will. Let me just jot down your email and another thing. All right. Okay. Just left myself a little note too. So I'll send that over to you. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate that. I don't even know how I'm going to thank you enough. So yeah, you've been awesome. Thank you so much, X, aka underscores, aka no name. Deeply appreciate you. So I'll definitely be in touch. And who knows, maybe you and What Up can collaborate in some way, and that would be awesome. So, all right, let me push forward on the next story here. Give me a sec. All right. Let's see, because this one's a lot more serious than the last ones we've been doing. I just want to give this some proper attention. All right. All right. This one, I had a lot of resource I got to bring in on this, and we'll see. I want to give this proper attention. This deserves to be its own stream, honestly. So we'll see how much I can get through on this, but let me grab a quick drink here before we start this. All right. Alrighty. Okay. Democratic House candidate Alex Morse has been accused of inappropriate behavior when he was the mayor of Holyoke and also an adjunct instructor at an adjunct instructor at UMass Amherst. So I just wanted to dig into this a bit and talk about some of the details that have come out so far, and also just talk about my personal take on the situation. So let's get into it. I'm going to start with the CNN article and titled Democratic House candidate in Massachusetts apologizes after being accused of inappropriate behavior. So this is Alex Morse. He's a Justice Democrats back candidate, and he's now being accused, and he's running against Representative Richie Nail, who is your typical just establishment Democrat. He chairs the House Ways and Means Committee, so he has a really powerful committee position in Congress. And here's yet another example of a Justice Democrat back candidate running against an establishment figure who has recently had some allegations come out against them. So I'm trying not to taint this too much, and so I will try to just give you the facts, and then I'll give you my opinion after the fact. So a Democratic candidate for U.S. House in Massachusetts has apologized after 3 college groups accused him of using his position of power to pursue romantic or sexual relationships with his students. Alex Morse, a 4-term mayor of Holyoke at 31 years old, is running against Representative Richard Nail, the Democratic incumbent and chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, in a September 1st primary. Morse's campaign has the collective support of leading progressive groups, including Justice Democrats, the Working Families Party, Indivisible and Sunrise Movement, Andrew Yang, the former Democratic presidential primary candidate, and Jamal Bowman, who ousted another powerful incumbent, New York Representative Elliot Engel, in the June primary, have also endorsed Morse. In an email to Morse on Thursday, representatives for the College Democrats of Massachusetts, we'll get into them a little bit more soon. So representatives for the College Democrats of Massachusetts, UMass Amherst Democrats, and Amherst College Democrats wrote that Morse was no longer welcome at their events following numerous incidents over the course of several years in which they alleged the candidate used their events and took advantage of his status as an elected official and lecturer at UMass Amherst to meet college-age students and then proceed to contact individuals via social media, which they said made young college students uncomfortable. They said, "We have heard countless stories of Morse adding students to his close friends story." I would really like them to check on that word countless. Are they literally countless? You truly can't count, or could you count? Or are they just many of them? And then in which case, let's not be hyperbolic, please. So they've not shown any evidence of countless stories. So it's just really hard when they use hyperbolic language like this. So we have heard countless stories of Morse adding students to his close friend story and direct messaging members of college Democrats on Instagram in a way that makes these students feel pressure to respond due to his status, they wrote. Even if these scenarios are mutually consensual, the pattern of Morse using his platform and taking advantage of his position of power for romantic or sexual gain, specifically toward young students, is unacceptable. So the exchange between the groups and Morse was first reported by the Massachusetts Daily Collegian. In an email sent to the groups responding to the allegations, Morse said he wanted to sincerely apologize to anyone I have made feel uncomfortable and offered to meet with any person or group to discuss their concerns. I want to be clear that every relationship I've had has been consensual. However, I also recognize that I have to be cognizant of my position of power, Morse wrote. Growing up gay and closeted in a small city like Holyoke, I struggled with accepting my sexuality, and in high school, I had a hard time finding other openly gay students, Morse said. As I've become more comfortable with myself and my sexuality, like any young, single, openly gay man, I have had consensual adult relationships, including some with college students. He continued, navigating life as both a young gay man and an elected official can be difficult, but that doesn't excuse poor judgment. Morse did not respond to a request for further comment. Spokesman for Justice Democrats, an early Morse backer in the Working Families Party, which endorsed him this week, did not respond to requests for comment on the allegations. The college Democratic group said in their letter that they will be completely disaffiliating from Morse. In a statement Saturday, UMass Amherst called the allegation against Morse serious and deeply concerning. The school also said it planned to launch an immediate review of the matter to determine whether the alleged actions during his time as a university lecturer were in violation of university policy or federal Title IX law. Morse, the statement said, had last lectured in the fall semester of 2019 and that he was not currently a UMass employee and that the university has no plans to rehire him. Morse's profile remains on the school website as of Saturday afternoon. Okay. So, all right. So let me just, I have the, so let me just give a little bit more context from a WBUR article. This is more of like a local outlet, and they said, according to the report, the letter says, according to the report, the letter says Morse 31, and this is referring to the letter that these college groups sent. According to the report, the letter says Morse 31 has had relationships with college students, including during his current Democratic primary campaign against U.S. Representative Richard Neal of Springfield. Morse taught at UMass Amherst 8 times as an adjunct instructor between the fall of 2014 and the fall of 2019, which would, if he's 31 now, 2014, he's 25 until he's about 30 years old in 2019. So this is, allegedly between when he was 25 and 29. According to a statement from the school, he taught a course titled Urban Government and Politics. The university has reached out to students to provide them resources and support, the school statement said. UMass was previously unaware of the concerns brought forward by the members of the college Democrats. Citing school policy, UMass said faculty are prohibited from entering into a sexual relationship with any student or postdoc for whom the faculty member has any responsibility for supervision, evaluation, grading, advising, employment, or other instructional or supervisory activity. According to all the accusations out thus far, Alex Morse did not violate this policy. This says specifically for whom the faculty member has any responsibility for supervision, evaluation, grading, advising, employment, or other instructional or supervisory activity. According to all reports that I've read thus far, there are no accusations by any students that actually were taught by Morse. So these are all students just went to the school, but they weren't being taught by Morse. So he had no direct power over them, seemingly. And according to this, policy, the school policy, it appears he did not violate this school policy. So the report in the Collegian did not say whether Morse is accused of having a relationship with a student taking his course. So this is just something that has not been addressed yet. Now, Morse, I believe Ryan Grim came out and said Morse has not directly addressed that either, but nobody has alleged that so far. And so I don't know exactly if that would be something that Morse would come out and speak on, but he probably should speak on that and make that clear. Hey, were any of these kid, people, not kids, were any of these, because they were adults, were any of these people your students? Because that is important. And there was a direct power dynamic at play there that really should be concerning. That would be an issue. And I would take issue with that. Now, in his statement to the Collegian, Morse acknowledged having some relationships with college students. He said all his relationships were consensual, but acknowledged he should be aware of his position of power. Now, for me, consensual means free from coercion. So, that would imply to me that he means that there was no power dynamic in play there, no direct power dynamic of like subordinate power dynamic. So this wasn't a subordinate of his, this wasn't a student of his, because then in that case there is an absolute issue where somebody is going to be pressured to potentially go on a date or even have sex with somebody simply because they might need a better grade in a course. So that can definitely have an impact on somebody, and that would be an abuse of power that I would find to be really concerning. It wouldn't be absolutely disqualifying. It would require a nuanced take on it, depending on what that person has done from that point forward in their life. Have they sought to, correct those actions? Have they worked to correct those power imbalances and to fight against those sort of forces in their day-to-day lives or not? Since this is all happening, some of it allegedly recently, he wouldn't necessarily get the benefit of the doubt there, because it requires time to actually restore justice in those situations. So so Morse has served as mayor of Holyoke since 2012. He is the city's first openly gay mayor and referenced his sexuality in the statement to the Collegian. So we've already read that. So Representative Nail, who now chairs the House Ways and Means Committee, also teaches at UMass. According to the university, he most recently taught in the spring of 2020 and is scheduled to teach again remotely this fall semester. So, and they also said, asked if any UMass student had received college credit for interning on Morse's congressional campaign or in the Holyoke mayor's office, a spokesman said officials are in the process of reviewing available records. So they don't even know. And there's, again, nothing's been alleged in that for that matter. So I would like to bring, Ryan Grimm, who's been watching the story closely, journalist from The Intercept, has commented on this, and I just wanted to bring in some of his commentary because I thought that it was relevant, and I find it to be, I respect him as a journalist, trust his opinion on and takes on things like this, and he just shared sort of my initial gut reaction to this, and so I just kind of want to read his take on this, and then and then we'll discuss. So he tweeted out, and let me. I forced it. Sorry, y'all. This thing's a little behind. All right. Okay, there we go. So Ryan Grimm tweeted out, and he said, this thing's just like, it's really slow to update, y'all. So I'm sorry, because I'm going to do this I'll have to cut this in post if I can remember to. So as you can see, Ryan Grimm's credentials, he's the DC bureau chief at The Intercept, Young Turks contributor, author of We've Got People, great book. Now, he says, have any of the young men who hooked up with Alex Morse complained? Were any his students? If not, why do we need to have an opinion on this? What's with the talk of the power dynamic? He's mayor of Holyoke. What's he going to do? Get them an unpaid city internship? Forgive a parking ticket? If he hooked up with a 20-year-old plumber, nobody would rightly care. But they're a student, so they have to be protected by the purity police. Ridiculous. I'm the mayor of Holyoke is not really going to impress many 20-year-olds. That's more like something you have to overcome. So, that's a little bit in jest there. But he's like, seriously, though, if somebody had an inappropriate and uncomfortable experience with Morse, that should be investigated. If anybody makes that allegation, they should be heard. That hasn't happened yet, as far as I can tell. So this is largely seeming to me like a group of people who aren't even the people that are accusing him of anything, coming out and saying they are, deeply offended by his, him abusing power somehow. Now I'm going to show another statement that makes me call into question some of this. So here Ryan Grimm tweets out, and I wish he would have done a little cropping on this image, but that's okay. We forgive him. And Ryan Grimm says, here's the most specific allegation against Morse. And this is from the Boston Globe. It says, one student who had a sexual encounter with Morse found out afterward that Morse is a mayor and university lecturer, the letter said, and the student felt uncomfortable at learning this information. The students Morse contacted on social media feel pressure to respond due to Morse's status, the letter said. So, and then they go on, even if these scenarios are mutually consensual, the pattern of Morse using his platform and taking advantage of his position of power for romantic or sexual gain, specifically towards young students, is unacceptable, students wrote in the letter. So Ryan Grimm then replies to that and says, can someone walk me through how that is abusing his power? And then Crystal Ball, I didn't see this response from Crystal Ball earlier, but thank you. I'm glad that Crystal Ball is on my side too here, because we all agree here. Crystal Ball jumps in and says, isn't it the opposite of using your position and status if the person doesn't even know your position and status? Like, is that not obvious? Like, come on, like the dude, they literally said, one student who had a sexual encounter with Morse, and this is the most specific allegation. This is what pisses me off. Like people coming out from, and like, condemning, this guy's got to go. And he, let's find a new candidate to run against Nail in 2022. No, F that. Like this is weakness on the left. If we sit there and we cannibalize ourselves at the first little accusation, what this says is that everybody's got to be perfect. And you can have no little thing on your record that even is the slightest suggestive impropriety. It doesn't deserve any nuance discussion or investigation from us. We should just take that accusation at face value and use that to absolutely deplatform and destroy someone's credibility and character, because it happened. It's going on with Shahid Buttar right now, and I'm going to do a follow-up on that story because more information has come to light, and it's all coming to light in the favor of my initial stance on it. And so I'd like to pat myself and all of us on our back who took that stance of, just that Shahid Buttar story, just not passing the smell test and not rising to the level of the destruction of a campaign against somebody who is substantively diminishing human rights for people. Nancy Pelosi, she has substantively, with her championing of things like the Affordable Care Act, aka Obamacare, that left tens of millions of Americans uninsured and tens of millions more Americans underinsured, that have had a system that literally kills 47,000 people. That's low estimates, 47,000 people a year due to having no health insurance. And many more due to being underinsured, not to mention the 500,000 bankruptcies that are filed every year due to medical debt, that lists medical debt as the number one reason. And so, we have to recognize this stuff and see, I can't wait to do the follow-up on the Shahid Buttar story, because, and I should have had it ready. It doesn't quite apply here, honestly, but it really is. Michael Brooks has had a talk that he gave. He passed away, unfortunately. Rest in power, Michael Brooks. He passed away, unfortunately, before the Shahid Buttar accusation came out, but he did a talk at Lafayette University recently. It was like back at the beginning of this year, I think. And before the pandemic started. And in that, he talks about the difference between substantive rights and rhetoric, and how we have to draw a distinction on the left between, substantive rights and rhetoric. And people might have bad rhetoric, but what is the substantive rights that are affected at the end of the day? Because if somebody has bad rhetoric, or they're too raunchy or whatever, like, I don't give a damn if they're and he says, program versus rhetoric, and differentiating between program versus rhetoric. If somebody says, they come and they show up to a Medicare for all, meeting or something, where you're like advocating Medicare for all, you're going to be, doing some like campaigning for Medicare for all or something. And they show up and they're like, listen, I want to campaign for Medicare. And he says this in the clip. He's like, they show up and they say, hey, I want to campaign for Medicare for all, but, I don't know gay people here. I don't want to be around gay people. I don't know gay people here. Then it's like, no, we're not doing that. We're not playing the game. There's no debate to be had there. That's no allyship. We're not having that debate out. No, we're not compromising any substantive human rights there. Right. That's off the table. Substantive human rights are off the table. We're not debating that. But if somebody shows up to some meeting and they say, hey, listen, I want to help, campaign on Medicare for all for you. And also, like, I just watched this great Bill Burr comedy, that stand-up special that I thought was awesome. And the response to that is like, all right, hold on, pause, freeze. Let's unpack this for 15 hours. It's like, no, stop right there. It's distracting. It's not helpful. What you're doing there is destructive to a movement that is about providing substantive rights, a program of substantive rights to the masses of people. And so we have to be able to put that ahead of our personal feelings about, microaggressions that might be happening, where, again, these are just things that it's like program versus rhetoric, and drawing a clear distinction on the left, and building up a reflex so that we don't get caught up in this stuff and like weaken our own movements by tearing ourselves down when little minute accusations like this come up, but just on their face value, you should be able to pick this apart and say, this doesn't hold a lot of water. And if this is the best they can come up with, it reeks of political smear to me. This reeks of a political smear. Right after a bunch of establishment Democrats get kicked out of their seats by angry voters voting on policy issues, all of a sudden you see Shahid Buttar and Alex Morse. All of a sudden, these, what I got to look at as Oppo, research, smear tactics being used against them. Because what we have here is relationship between two consenting adults, essentially. And, people can have their own personal feelings, honestly, about 30-something-year-old person. My parents started dating when my dad was 32, my mother was 19. I'm a product of, some, people would be on the left, power dynamic, but it's just not the case. If you look at it on a nuanced basis, there was no real power dynamics. My father was a poor, farmer in Jamaica who has no rights as, he's not an American citizen. He's never been provided citizenship here. You have to pay a nuanced attention to these sorts of issues, right? You can't just say across the board, 30-year-old dating a 20-year-old, it's just evil and disgusting yours. Or he was a teacher and these people were students. And so just right out of the gate, out of the bat, like that makes it immediately wrong. No, well, he wasn't teaching those students. So that matters, right? Being the mayor of a city, what does that mean? If you're the mayor of a city, you're not allowed to date anyone in that city. You're not allowed to have a sexual relationship with anyone in that city. Okay, what does that mean? If you're the president of the United States, are you not allowed to have sex with anyone in the United States? Like literally, what the hell does that mean? Like there's a power dynamic there, but we have to recognize, right? Like people still get to be people, right? They still deserve to have romantic relationships. And at what point on the left are we not going to be like puritanical, like fucking religious, like right style, like Puritan style moralizing of politics? Like we stand up on our like pedestal and we speak down to you and like we're going to moralize and say you're wrong and you're bad. That's two consenting adults, no serious power dynamic at play as far as I'm concerned. This is a non-story. This is a non-story and something that's none of our damn business. Like Ryan Grimm also posted this tweet, which like it was just a poll, and he said, if there's no subordinate relationship, I'm curious what adult age people think makes a relationship so inappropriate that it's the business of the public to weigh in on. If the person is 30, if the person is 30, is 18 to 19 is too young, and that deserves it's the business of the public to weigh in on. If they're 18 to 19, 20 to 21, 22 to 23, or is it not my business, period? And you can see how I voted here with the check mark or whatever. It was 16,000 people voting, and this is just a straw poll or whatever, nothing, official or anything like that. But about half, but sadly less than half of the people, said that, it's just not your business. We're talking about two consenting adults here. What are we talking about on the left? What is this? Like less than half of us think that we have the right to weigh in on publicly. We should publicly be weighing in, and so much to the point of like tearing down a candidate who's fighting for substantive rights for human beings. Like this is Alex Morse is a Justice Democrats back candidate, Medicare for all, Green New Deal, Fight for 15, like actually believes in providing substantive rights to the masses of people. And we are really out here about to pass judgment about a 25-year-old having sexual relationships with a 20-year-old. Like, are you fucking kidding me? What are we doing on the left? Like, we got to stop with this. And like, the microaggression stuff with Shahid Buttar, like you can see this stuff pissed me off. Like, it's like, because I just hate to see weakness on the left in this way. It's like, we got to, and people are going to comment on this. This will be controversial, and I'll cut this video up, and I'm sure I'll get all kinds of comments because, it's a controversial take to be like, listen, we just got to stop. We got to have a principled stance here. I believe in sex positivity. Listen, once we declare somebody is an adult, we're saying an 18-year-old is old enough to vote, to take out hundreds of thousands of dollars of student loan debt, to be in prison for the rest of their life, but they're not allowed to choose their sexual partner, whether they be a decade older than them or whatever the hell. I don't care if a 70-year-old and an 18-year-old. I'm sorry, but if we declare that they are adults, I'm sorry, but I don't have. It's none of my damn business. Like, that's not my business, and we don't need to be making it our business on the left to be worrying about two consenting adults in their relationship. That's against sex positivity to me. It's got a lick of ageism in there, and I mean, like. I'm trying not to bring my own personal situation to it, because I mean, I've been in pretty, like years apart relationship for most of my life. And then like recently, like a longer than that, but like, again, like I said, my parents, 13 years apart, and my mother was 19 when they met. Like, I'm sorry, but I just don't think that's an issue. I'm happy that they met and they, fell in love, and that they bore me, I'm very thankful that. Thanks, mom and dad, for doing the nasty and making me happen. I appreciate it. So yeah, like, I just think that this is crazy, and that it's none of our business. There's no power dynamic at play here, as far as I'm concerned. Until I see something like that, it's none of my business. And, I don't really have the authority to speak on this in any way, but I think there could be some layer of like homophobia going on here. I don't want to use that as an excuse or anything. And I don't want to, like, I remember when freaking, what's his name? Kevin Spacey, when he was abusing like people, allegedly abusing people, and like came out, and like the dude, like one, that was the creepiest like apology thing I've ever seen in my life from that dude or whatever. But like, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought with that. I apologize. So, oh no, with Kevin Spacey, when he came out, he tried to almost blame it on like on like being gay, like almost saying like he said it in a way that was like almost like saying like, oh, don't mind me, it was almost like it was demonizing, I think, to the gay community. Like, it was like making it sound like, oh, like all gay people are deviants or something. It was really fucked up. It was like, I was not cool with that. But like, this doesn't sound like he's saying that. He was being really open and honest, no pun intended. And just like trying to help us to understand like what his situation is, and how he, developed into like, understanding his own sexuality. And it's something that, I can definitely appreciate. It's just like, we should all take that journey and, and learn more about our own sexuality and all that sort of stuff. And also, it's just like, listen, these are two consenting adults, no power dynamic. I personally, as a 33-year-old, would not be dating anyone under the age of 21. I think that's like, it's too young for me personally. I'm not going to be doing it, you won't find me doing it. It just seems really, you meet a 18, but like 20 is like right on the border there too. Cause it's like 21, it's like, were they older 20? How do they present themselves? I know some people that at 20 are, more mature at 20 and truly are than some people are at age 30, and like just in really the mannerisms and stuff. And so I'm going to get to some of the comments because I see a bunch flowing in. And so I want to get to those comments. I just want to pull up two more quick things just to point out two more things before I dig into the comments, because I want to make sure that I get these up before this stream just cuts me out. We only got 15 minutes left on this stream, by the way, folks, and then they're just going to cut me off at 4 hours, sadly. I have to pay. It costs, this version of the StreamYard software that I'm using right now is $25 a month. Right now, my Patreon subscriptions are only $20 a month. So the Patreon subscriptions don't even yet cover the StreamYard subscription right now. But to get the better version that will let me stream for 8 hours, it costs $50 a month. So like, this is why I need Patreon donations. Sorry to cut this in the middle of a thing like that, but patreon.com/radical democracy. Please contribute whatever you can, because it literally will help us to provide a better experience to folks. So if you can, please do me that favor and contribute to the Patreon. So sorry for cutting that in the middle of a serious story like that. But let me just jump over. I just wanted to provide two more quick notes, or just one more quick note on this. And this was from Alex Marash. Really two things that just a follow up to this, but breaking. The attacks on Alex Morse by various chapters of the College Dems of Massachusetts need to be viewed under new scrutiny now that the FEC reporting reveals that they have donated to Richard Neal's campaign as recently as March of this year. So that's the College Dems of Massachusetts, the group that wrote the letter, the scathing letter about him, they say that they donated to Richard Neal's campaign. Now, there's a follow-up to that actually corrects this story. So that's not exactly what happened, but you'll see there's still something that deserves scrutiny about this transaction. So you'll see here from, this is probably on Open Secrets, I believe, just by the look of the page here. You can see Richard Neal for Congress committee, amount $1,000. And it's a, on March 12th, 2020. So this was Richard Neal, the Alex Morse's opponent, and the incumbent was donating to this group, who then came out with a scathing letter about and I'm sorry, I sort of just told you what the correction was, but it appears that they were contributing to him, to his campaign, but you'll see, in fact, it was the other way around. So just a follow up to this story. So update via Alex Thompson. So Alex Thompson says, a spokesperson for the College Democrats of Massachusetts sent me this statement relating to this. So they said, College Democrats of Massachusetts has previously accepted donations from candidates and from members of the Massachusetts congressional delegation, including Representative Neal. These donations fund our conventions and our scholarship fund, among other things. A check written out to College Democrats of Massachusetts was refunded to the Neal campaign in April because of an accounting error. As FEC records indicate, the check we returned to the Neal campaign was a refund, not a donation. The letter sent to Alex Morse was not influenced by any contributions that College Democrats of Massachusetts has received in the past. Our letter was written at the request of those affected by Morse's behavior. And then to which Alex Morash followed up on and just said, also, I misread disbursements and receipts in a recent tweet. So Neal's campaign gave 2 $1,000 donations to the college Dems, and they returned $1,000. All their donations were from candidates, and no one but Neal gave more than $500 to the college Dems of Massachusetts. I think Alex Morash had one other follow up on this. Nope, I don't have it there. So I don't have the other one there, but yeah. So there was also a note made that just said from Alex Morash, where he says that, if this is true, this makes Representative Richard Neal the largest donor to the College Democrats of Massachusetts. And so just take this with, you got to take this all into account here. You got the incumbent challenger to the person that they're writing this scathing letter about, and they don't feel like it's an appropriate disclosure of the conflict of interest. They didn't feel the need to disclose a potential conflict of interest in him, the person whose opponent they're attacking, essentially being their largest donor to their organization. That's very important to note, and that makes me really question their ethics in doing this. And I'm sorry, but I don't want to have to do that, and it doesn't make me question the ethics of the actual, if there are any people that were, claimed to be abused in any way by, or taken advantage of in any way by Alex Morse, then I want to hear from them, and they deserve to be heard. They should absolutely be heard. But that's not what's happening here. And this is a group in an organization that's coming out, and it's an organization that specifically has financial ties to the opponent of this candidate, and that, to not disclose that information, makes me very suspicious of this group. So let me get to some comments now, because we got a ton of comments, and I want to make sure that we bring these comments in before they cut me off. Okay, so whoa, lots of comments. Okay, so X says they'll go to any semantic lengths to obscure arguments that should be plain common sense. Absolutely. Yep, totally agree. They try to obscure this stuff and make it as they're reaching. This is such a reach right here. You have a situation between consenting adults, and now what it's blowing up into is a smear. It's a smear tactic. And so I resent this sort of stuff. And I swear, like, whenever I see things like this, I donate more to these candidates. I support them more. Like, it reminds me of the Office clip when between Michael and Pam, and Michael's dating Pam's mom and she doesn't like it. And he's like, ooh, I'm going to date her so much harder now. And it's like, oh, I'm going to support these candidates so much harder now. Like, I need that meme ready. I should have had that meme on deck because that's how I feel right now. Like, I'm going to support these candidates so much harder. I've donated more money to Shahid Buttar. I gave him a $50 donation because of what happened to him. I'll probably drop I'll probably drop Alex Morse, at least $20 for this extra because I already donated to his campaign, but I'll definitely donate some more to Alex Morse. And my real goal will be to try to volunteer for him because I hate to see this. I hate to see this. Somebody standing up for working class issues, and I will fight for somebody that's fighting for working class people. I don't care. And anything less than that is just weakness on the left. And that's how I feel. Come at me if you feel otherwise. Please leave it in the comments. Leave me a comment. Come at me, bro. Or sis. Everybody's welcome. Or non-binary folks. You don't got to be either. Everybody is welcome. Drop a comment. I really love to hear from you. And correct me. I could be wrong. I'm going to be wrong on stuff. You're definitely going to call me out for stuff. I'm going to get wrong at some point. I just don't think that this is it. I feel pretty strongly about this. So what's up next? We got X says they try to set the boundaries of arguments. And PUSB, which in push, or I don't know what that means exactly, but they try to set the boundaries of arguments. Is absolutely true. They try to frame the argument as best they can. Even I should have pointed out in that article, that CNN article about it, it was framed even really from an establishment sort of perspective and a right-wing perspective, but the framing on it was definitely pro-corporate and anti-progressive, I would say. It was just like in the just the way they frame, they always do try to set those boundaries and try to tell us like what's the the okay boundaries to argue within, and they're always limited to like anything that doesn't threaten the ruling class in any way. So I only got 8 minutes left on the stream, so I got to speed up through these comments here, and then this is going to have to be my last story. I'm so sorry. I did have a couple more stories I wanted to get to, but we're not going to get to them today. So I will do another live stream soon, and we will get to all of these. I'm hoping to start live streaming much more frequently. So hopefully going to start live streaming like 3 to 4 times a week. At least, but I got to get us a regular schedule going. So please, if you haven't already, do me a favor. Please like and subscribe. Hit that like button. Hit it now. Please don't wait another second. Like the stream, subscribe, share the video as widely as you can. Share it on social media. Share it Facebook, Twitter, wherever you can. Please share this video. Share it out, and I'll be cutting up clips. Share those too. Share all the videos. That's a huge help to us. We really got to grow the channel. Let me tell you, we're already at almost 90 subscribers already. Like, it's crazy. Like, I know that sounds like small probably to folks or something like that, but like, it's growing really fast. We've been doing this less than a month, and like we're approaching 100 subscribers in our first month. So that's like, it's a major milestone, and we're getting really close. So please do me a favor and like, subscribe. And please, if you can afford it, head over to the patreon.com/radical democracy, and throw me a few bucks to hopefully, help this channel keep going and growing. So let me just get to your comments, just checking on the Patreon to see if we have any new donations. None yet. Okay. So Tammy, the beautiful, wonderful, amazing, look at that beautiful face. It's my girlfriend. Sorry. So Tammy says, I'm a little behind, but just reached the Twitter thread by Ryan Grimm about Morse. And as someone who is an alum of UMass Amherst and who literally attended UMass during Morse's time there, I'm going to need more info for this to be considered concerning, because so far it's not much. So thank you so much. So Tammy is, as she said here, an alum of UMass Amherst. I'll throw up the bulk of her comment, but says, someone who's an alum of UMass Amherst and who literally attended UMass during Morse's time there. I'm going to need more time for this to be considered concerning, because so far it's not much. Absolutely. So, I mean, I'm a UMass Boston alum, so I get a little bit of, clout there in this discussion, but and so same thing. If this was one of my professors or anything like that, like I would not feel any way about this, really. Not to rise to the point of like it's fine to like having like gossipy discussions amongst ourselves in like private spaces. Like gossip about it in private spaces as much as you want. That's fine. But this does not rise to the level of tearing down a person's campaign and saying absurd things like suggesting that they should resign. That's absurd. Nothing that he's done that's been alleged so far rises to that level. So let me try to speed through the rest of these comments because I got like 15 more comments to get through, 20 more comments to get through here. So sorry that I'm moving a little fast. We literally have like 5 minutes left on the stream, literally. So X says, put people on certain narrative pathways, like things are simply black or white when RBW. Oh, when they aren't. Okay, so put people on certain narrative pathways, like things are simply black or white when they aren't. Fuck, I hate tiny keyboards. All right. I was like, damn, am I like screwed up here? Or am I not understanding like some lead speak or something like that I need to know? New age slang or something that I'm missing? But no worries, dude. No, I got some big fingers and, you know, on those phones and stuff like that. Fuck that. Yeah, I hate tiny keyboards too. I feel you. But yeah, put people on certain narrative pathways, like things are simply black or white when they aren't. And that's another great point that both X made, and it was made in the comments to Ryan Grimm's thread too as well. Like it's so absurd to just come out and shout out words like power dynamics without having a nuanced take on it. You have to take it case by case, because power dynamics, sure, one person older, the next person younger. Does that mean that an older person can never date a younger person? No, of course not. There's got to be nuanced discussion there, right? Like there should be nuance. There should be nuance. So I'm sorry, but Mark McKeever says this story is nuts. Nice quote from Crystal Ball. Rest in peace, Brooks. Yes, that's beautiful. I love Crystal Ball. I'm glad that I that quote came in from her, because I just you know, when I'm aligned with those folks, I feel like I'm on the right side of history. So I feel like I'm on the right side of history on this one too. If you haven't, Mark McKeever, I don't know if you were around for my stream when Michael Brooks passed. That's literally what propelled me and what motivated me to start doing these live streams and to really revitalize my channel. I had done like a few videos and then just like stopped doing videos. And then Michael Brooks passed, and that was like a shock to my system. We're 4 years apart from each other. And he was, you know, one of the people that I really, really, you know, appreciate. I won't say he was an idol, because I try not to idolize people, but like he was a role model of, you know, sorts, and like somebody that I really looked up to. And when he passed, it was heartbreaking, and it still is. And like, I'm trying to build this channel to help replace some small, tiny little part of what, you know, the void that's left behind by losing to Michael Brooks. So if you haven't already, please check out my stream on Michael Brooks. It's titled like RIP Michael Brooks, and you'll see a lot of my thoughts on Michael Brooks. And and something cool too. You'll see. I don't know if you guys can see. Oh, my screen's like let me see. Can you see? Oh yeah, you guys can probably see. I got Michael Brooks's book. I ordered it the day that same day that he passed. I ordered his book, and it took a while to come, but I got his book, Against the Web. I just started digging into it. I'm reading Logic for the Left by Ben Burgess right now, so I'm gonna get to it. But I plan to read that next, and so I'm almost done with Logic for the Left, and I feel like they tie together really nicely, and so really excited. I just flipped through a few pages, and it's already great. And so, yeah, shout out to Michael Brooks. Love him. Okay. So please check out that stream and check that out. And let me know what you think. Oh, Mark McKeever says, that's how I found you. Awesome. So that's perfect. So Tammy says the power dynamic between Morse and UMass students aren't substantial nor direct enough to even count, I feel like. Yeah, I agree. It's just like if you're not teaching them, especially when you're talking about an adjunct instructor, these people aren't like, they don't hold a lot of power in universities. You don't hold power in a university as an adjunct instructor. Look it up. They get paid nothing. They get treated like nothing. They get just garbage work hours. They don't have any power in the system. They don't have institutional power behind them. In fact, they're just another working class stiff that can get shoved out of the institution at any moment. So, you know, look up adjunct professors and the problem with that right now. And there's a whole, you know, the real power dynamic is from the institution to the adjunct professors right now. So I totally agree with that. Mark McKeever says, as much as I'm worried about what he can do with 4 more years, I'm just as worried what President Sump Pump will do if he loses and pouts for 2 months. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see a whole ton of policy difference between Trump and a Biden. I just don't see a whole bunch of policy difference. Rhetoric, sure. Policy, no, not at all. Just look at it. Look at what Trump just did through executive order. I don't think that we would have gotten anything better from Joe Biden. Sadly, pathetically, I wish it were. I wish it weren't so. Tammy says, in the case of your parents' age difference, I feel like that specific example also exists almost in a vacuum because it was different time, but also different cultural context. Yes, my mother moved to Jamaica, rural Jamaica, and was had all the power of being an American and a white person, a white American, and so the power dynamics just completely, different situation. Tammy, who just follows up with this, like, they met in rural Jamaica, and as far as I recall /know, there wasn't any significant power dynamic present there. Yeah, no, not at all. My father's a poor farmer who's never been given even the ability to come and immigrate to a country where he has has 5